Hello, everybody. Give us a minute to finish gathering. We'll start again in just a few minutes. Thanks for your patience. Okay, looks like we are all here. So we are at item 3.1, call to order, reconvene open session. Open session is reconvened at 5:59 p.m. Item 3.2 is report of action taken in closed session. The governing board met in closed session and no action was taken. Item 3.3 is the Pledge of Allegiance. Holly, will you please lead us in the remote Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're at item 3.4, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move to approve.
So moved.
Okay, Gio has moved. Is there a second? Doug?
Second.
Okay, we're going to do roll call vote. Member Mock?
Aye.
Member Fitzpatrick?
Aye.
Member Raffner?
Aye.
Member Wooden?
Aye.
An aye for me. The motion to approve the agenda has passed. 4.1 is correspondence. Dr. McClure?
Good evening again. The superintendent's office has received quite a bit of correspondence throughout the previous month. We've had a lot going on and a lot of interest in schools, school planning, etc. So we had many inquiries regarding launch logistics, including class size, STEAM Plus teachers, materials pickup, and daily schedules. Also many emails regarding in-person versus launch for the 2020-2020 school year. Many regarding the school opening waiver. Several regarding site reopening logistics, such as tents, drop-off, and pickup. Several regarding face coverings for children, hand washing stations, and symptoms checks. Several regarding before and after school care and daycare. Several regarding parent webinars. And then we had a couple regarding IEP services and special education. We had several regarding with the PTA presidents. One, prioritizing racial justice in children's education. One, about the Del Mar Heights rebuild. One regarding the PTA directory. One regarding California wildfires. And quite a few, many parent and teacher emails thanking the district for the preparation going into the 2020-2021 school year. That concludes the correspondence that the superintendent's office has received.
Thank you. We're at item 4.2, hearing of the public regarding non-agenda items. We will now address members of the public who have requested to address the governing board regarding items that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to address the governing board regarding an item on the agenda must go to the link provided at the online agenda. The link can be found on the front page of the agenda and in item 4.2, to be heard regarding an item not on the agenda, which is this item, or item 5.6 to be heard regarding an item on the agenda. If you would like to speak on item 5.5 or any other item, please make sure you note which agenda item you'd like to speak on the form. Complete and submit the form, and then once you have submitted it, make sure in Zoom you clicked on the raise hand function at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or if you are calling in, dial *9 to raise your hand. This will let the moderator know that you have submitted a speaker request and you would like to address the board. Be sure you don't click raise hand unless you have completed the request form. If you are unable to access the form, please email Megan Bennett at mbennett@dmusd.org. That's 2 N's, 2 T's. The board values the high level of engagement from the community and welcomes public input. We all want to get the best decisions on behalf of children in our district. The board encourages civility in all comments. We have 3 speakers on this non-agenda items. The first is Marianne Grosner. And then after that is someone who wishes to remain anonymous. So if both of those 2 people can be moved into the call, and then we'll start with Marianne Grosner. Looks like you're in the call. Go ahead. But you're muted.
Thank you for that. Good evening, Superintendent, board members, and members of the public. I'm sharing concerns from parents of special needs children in the district and have reduced comments to fit within the 3-minute allotted time. We are extremely hands-on parents, though we are neither therapists, specialists, nor special ed teachers. We will do our best to deliver the remote services and hope that will prevent regression. We fully assume that when our children return to campus that they will have lost important ground, developmental and academic, that we all fought for them to gain. Our daughter has a severe genetic disorder that requires intense support in all areas. She can easily regress. This has been very difficult. The district could have responded with prioritizing its most vulnerable, but instead it has ignored us and given us attention only after we have complained. Our daughter needs individual therapies, not pre-recorded videos. You have no idea what it means for a child with Angelman syndrome or autism to deal with the stress this has caused. We need you to lead and reorganize your priorities. A mom with 3 autistic children says, we foresee that we will be primarily babysitting our pre-K student with crafts and watching videos. Our 2nd grader does not have one-to-one aid that he requires to remain on task and access his education. Our 6th grader is still waiting to find out which non-public school he will have, as he is currently unsupported by any school. We hope that you will consider the great impact that the pandemic and distance learning has had on special needs children and their families. We need support and services. We need a parent liaison and our own PTA to support one another. Last comment is, we ask that our struggles are acknowledged and that you are generous when it comes to developing support and services for special students in your district. These families have expressed concern regarding returning to the start of school, as well as the lack of communication they have received from Ms. Montoro and the district. They would like to know if DMUSD will prioritize students with disabilities to return to in-person learning, as Governor Newsom stated on August 14th, and when this will be communicated to them. They're angry and disappointed. After reviewing your 2018-2019 school accountability report card, I have noticed a disparity with the Hispanic, socioeconomically disadvantaged, English language learners, and especially the children with disabilities. These groups of children are failing to meet state standards for English and math by as much as 45%. I would love for the district to meet the needs of all learners. Sometimes there are inequities in school, so let's take a closer look and fix them before they get to middle school. And this is one of the many reasons I'm running for Del Mar Union School Board. I'm passionate about education for our kids, particularly those that might need a little extra support. I'm hearing concerns from Del Mar parents saying that their voices aren't taken into consideration when making decisions, and I think a parent should be welcome voice on the board. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have the person who wishes to be anonymous, followed by Jay Liu.
For the member that wished to remain anonymous, and I don't see a hand raised, so I'm going to move Jay Liu into to speak.
Okay, and that other person should definitely be sure to raise your hand in the chat. Okay, Jay, it looks like you're on. Go ahead.
Thank you, President, Superintendent, and all board members. My name is Jay Liu. I'm a parent of a lunch program 4th grade student. First of all, I'm so grateful that we have the lunch program before the school began. We also have a lot of hesitations worrying about the quality of distance learning. It's been the 3rd day of this school year, and I feel that the district and teachers have put a lot of efforts to make sure that the lunch program students can success this year. I would say that the first 3 days actually exceed my initial expectations. My first comment is regarding the inequalities between the lunch program and the in-person learning. One major area is the class size. I totally agree with the district's safe reopen plans to have smaller than usual in-person class size. However, the class size of lunch program, in particular the upper grades, in my opinion, is too large that might contribute to the inequalities of STEAM Plus education. If the STEAM Plus hour is the same for different class sizes, a student from the larger class size is likely to receive fewer instructions than a student from a smaller class size. I'd like to know if the district is aware of this inequality and if the district has a plan to address it. My other comment is about the support for lunch program teachers. From an online Facebook group, I saw a lot of reactions from last week's back to school night. Many of them felt that the lunch teachers need further support from the district. For example, the Zoom screen can only show 25 camera feeds in one screen. It is already difficult to track a class larger than 25. It would be great to have a second monitor, since the teacher might use the main monitor to share learning materials. For another example, people lose voices quickly when talking toward a screen than talking to a real person. A teacher may need a comfortable headset with a microphone for this reason. I understand that the district cannot provide each lunch teacher a dedicated room for teaching, so that many teachers are teaching from home. I'd like to know if the district can make sure that all lunch teachers have sufficient office and technology supports, even if they are teaching from home. Again, I'm so grateful that we have the lunch program, and I'm glad it is working well from the beginning. Let's work together to make sure that every student can success this year. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And we cannot respond to public comments at this time, but there are many items that are in the agenda that may be relevant. Chris, were we able to get the anonymous speaker on? I couldn't hear you, Chris, sorry.
So Megan's working to try to figure it out.
Should we stand by?
No, I think you can move on, and they take a moment.
Okay, let's move to item 5.1, which is the DMCTA report with Kevin Kuhnha, who's the president. And followed by Phoebe Katzel from the DMSEF. So just stand by while we get them into the call. All right, Kevin, looks like you're in. You're muted right now. Go ahead.
There we are. All right. President Halper, members of the board, Dr. McClurg, and Cabinet, thank you very much and good evening. I only have a couple things this evening I'd like to say, and I'll let us get on with things. But first, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate one of our teachers. I learned this week that Ara Allard, who was our Del Mar Teacher of the Year last year, was chosen to be one of 5 teachers to represent San Diego County in the State Teacher of the Year program, which is a huge accomplishment, and we couldn't be more excited for her and proud that one of our own will be representing at that point. So we're really hopeful that lots of teachers and people will show their support and watch her. I think she'll be represented on the Salute to Teachers in November, and we'll be able to see her there and hopefully, congratulate and cheer her on. Second, I'd like to take a moment to recognize all of the amazing hard work that's been going on in our district. As I've been watching and working with our district office throughout the summer, seeing all the work that they're doing to get things rolling. I know the crazy hours they're working because I've been texting and calling with them late at night some nights to get problems solved, and just want to recognize that as well. But then on the teachers' behalf, it's just amazing what has taken place in a short couple of weeks for people to get prepared to bring students what amounts to as close as possible to an in-person education online. Teachers have been working tirelessly around the clock as they've been preparing, as staffing changes have taken place up until the last minute because lots of things are changing and we're having to adapt. So the flexibility has been outstanding, I think, and I just want to congratulate our teachers and say, well done. The fact that we were able to start this week on Monday and bring our students what I think is a great education, the best that we can do with what we have. It's just nothing short of a miracle in my opinion. So I want to congratulate them for that and also give a shout out to our tech department. It's a very small group of people. I've worked with them closely for a while. And we have 8 schools plus a launch program, which is like 2.5 schools in size. And this tech department is running around tirelessly trying to take care of everybody's problems, meet their needs. I mean, they were able to get our teachers and students up and running pretty darn well for this Monday. And any of the fires that are coming up, I mean, they are just all over the place trying to put them out. So just want to give a shout out and say thanks on behalf of the teachers to the tech department for really trying to do the best they can to support everybody that they have to support. It's no small feat, I'll say that much. So that's all I have tonight. Hope you guys have a good evening and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Phoebe, take it away.
Okay, good
Item
evening,
5.2.
President Halpern, members of the board, Dr. McClurg, and members of the cabinet and members of the public. As President Halpern said, I'm Phoebe Katzel and I'm the president of DMSEF again for this year. And as Mr. Cunha just discussed, we wanted to first start out just by saying on behalf of our whole board, first of all, congratulations on making it to the first week of school for everybody in our community. And we wanted to say a huge thank you to our incredible district, the school board, to our teachers, to all of the staff, and to all of our families. We know how hard everyone's worked to make this week possible. And I agree with Mr. Cunha. It's been incredible. My son is in 5th grade, and I agree. It's as close as you can come to being in person, being at home. So we're very grateful for everyone's hard work, and we just wanted to give a short STEAM update, but we know that there will be a lot more that will be covered tonight by the district. Just as a short update, as everyone may remember, we were able to give a check for $1.1 million thanks to our very generous community and to our corporate sponsors for last year. And that equated to 10 STEAM Plus specialists. So or approximately 10. So we were almost at 10. And then the district has funded the other 22 specialists. So we have 32 STEAM Plus specialists this year for our district. Which is fantastic, given the climate and what everyone has gone through in the last 6 months. We're thrilled to have that level of STEAM for all of our students in launch and in person. And you guys will be getting a lot more information through your schools and through launch about our upcoming fall campaign. We have, as we mentioned, lowered our goal in the hopes that we will make it this year, and just in the understanding of the times that we're in. So our goal this year is to fund 12 specialists, which is $1.4 million. And we really look forward to raising those funds for when all of our students are back in school together and can enjoy STEAM together in person for the next year, which is our 21-22 school year. And thank you so much. A final thank you to all of our families who have already started to contribute. We are so grateful. We're so grateful that our families continue to support STEAM and advocate for STEAM. We're here for all of you. If questions do keep coming up throughout the year, we know this year is unusual, but we're here for all of our families, and we look forward to a great year, and we hope you all enjoy your year and especially your STEAM teachers. Thanks.
Thank you, Phoebe. Next, we have item 5.3, which is board member reports. We're going to start with member Mock.
I get to go first all the time now. Hey. Yeah.
We'll rotate you next week, next meeting. Sorry, we didn't rotate you.
I'm good with it. I'm good with going first.
Okay.
Yes. I just want to say thanks to everybody that's worked so hard to get school started this year. Thank you so much to the district staff, the district administration. I know it's been an incredible amount of work, tireless work that you guys are doing that at all around nights and weekends. And I know that you guys are working very hard. And so I appreciate all that work. It's been, and thank you to all the teachers that are now out there doing things in distance learning. I know it's very difficult for you all, but it's working very well. And frankly, like my son has been, it's been an amazing experience. Shout out to our teacher, my teacher, Miss Jackson. She's doing a wonderful job, like, of communicating. I cannot explain how well it's been running. She literally emails us like multiple times throughout the day, letting us know exactly what's going to be coming up, and so I as a learning coach am helping and very well prepared, and my son is very well prepared for everything. So it's definitely night and day from when it was in the spring, and it's clearly like a well thought out effort. And I just want to thank everybody for doing that and putting that together, and it's been great. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Fitzpatrick.
Hi, good evening. I second that. I want to thank all the teachers for all the hard work that you guys have put into this. My eldest started kindergarten on Monday, and I'm just thrilled that I'm officially a parent in the Del Mar Union School District now. It feels great. And she is actually a part of the Spanish immersion program, which is just so exciting to be a part of this first cohort for this district. I know it's going to be amazing. And I wanted to give a shout out to Ara. Congratulations and good luck. And that's an amazing accomplishment to get that far as a teacher. And nothing else to report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Raffner.
I did want to say, the last meeting I mentioned that my wife's camp had an in-person summer camp for about 300 kids, and the district came and observed that camp. And I want to report, for those that have a little trepidation about in-person schooling, her camp went through without a hitch, and there was no problems. And I feel fairly confident that, in light of the fact that our district came and observed how that went, that they're bringing the best practices to our district. And so when our district does open up for in-person schooling, I think the parents can rest assured that they've taken best practices from around the county, and hopefully that rests some people assured. I also wanted to note that my wife does have some interaction with parents and students from around the county, especially from Del Mar, and she has some hands-on reporting back to me that nothing but praise for our program online. So while my kids are off at college at this point, I can say that the education that the kids in our district are getting is bar none the best continually. And I think the staff and the parents and the students and everybody for bearing with it, and I hopefully will see it continue in positive ways in the future. I also attended a settlement conference with regard to the Del Mar Heights lawsuit, and I have some interesting insights that I don't know that I can share at this point because the mediation was confidential, but it left me with some interesting insights that I can share with the board, but I don't think I can share with the public considering the confidentialities of that mediation. And I think that will come out a little later in Chris's report. With that said, I have nothing else to say.
Thank you, Member Wooden.
I'll just reiterate what the other board members have said, and thanking the administration, the staff, the teachers for doing everything this summer about getting the school open, and hopefully on September 8th, in-person classes. I think that the parents are going to be glad to have students in class, and I applaud the launch program and all the training we've done for that. I think that we will have the best online program for those who want that of anybody in the not only the county, the state, and the country. I think we've done a great job of that. So just applaud to everyone, and let's have a great school year.
Thank you. And I'll just add to that, you know, being 3 days into this unbelievable school year, I mean, I can tell you that in my family, we have 3 kids going to 3 different schools, all without leaving the house. We have been muddling through emails and videos, instructions and web links, and just a ton of communication. And, you know, it's a lot. Some of the most competent and impressive parents that I know have told me that they're just overwhelmed with getting their kids ready to go back to school. For us, the first day of school had a lot of technology glitches. We had Wi-Fi interruptions and a broken webcam. All of our kids have different breaks, and they have lunches at different times. And so, you know, this is just, it's hard for everyone. But yet, after her school day, my 8-year-old came bounding around the house, telling me about her day and showing me like this rainbow starburst picture with reverse rainbows. I don't know, so excited. And, you know, she already loves her teacher. She's so engaged with learning, and you know, it's possible because our teachers have so much talent and warmth, and it just comes right through a computer screen. And it's possible because, you know, we've had hundreds of staff members across the district just throwing themselves into this totally unreasonable situation, determined to make it all work. So we are so appreciative, and figuring out how to deliver this kind of quality of education during a pandemic is just a testament to each teacher and staff member and just grit and determination. So thank you for your talent and your commitment. We have our deepest gratitude. I also want to thank the parents the thousands of parents who have been thoroughly engaged this month in the back to school effort. And you have come to webinars, you've called, you've sent emails, you've made suggestions, you've given feedback, you've tried to navigate thought exchange, you've offered your support. And this district is better, and the school year is going to be better because of all of your involvement. So I encourage you to stay engaged and involved as the year moves along, and we'll all work toward making it as good as it can be under the circumstances. I hope for my kids, this is going to teach them some lessons about adaptability and patience and grace, and I hope I can learn those lessons too. So with that, I will turn it over to Holly for the superintendent's report.
Yes, good evening. I too want to share appreciation for so much. And there are many, 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 countless actual reasons to love our teachers and love our staff in this district, because they truly are amazing. And I agree that they are the best of the best, and led by fearless leaders who are always looking out for what's best for children. And when you have that combination of staff along with a very involved and supportive parent group, you just have a formula for excellence for children. And so it's been exciting to see what's happened the last couple of days, because it actually has come alive now. All of these months of planning and preparation, we've seen the initial stages of that come alive. And, you know, to see where we had no program before with launch to now see an exceptional program get off the ground, how rewarding that must feel for those who are intimately involved at every single move of creating that program. So good job, everybody. And thank you to our teachers and to our support staff and our principals who have worked tirelessly on making sure the placements are right and all of the pieces are in place for the first day of school. So as we move now into the next couple of weeks, it's great that our county has been seeing good data. We, as you know, are off the watch list. So all schools in the county of San Diego are expected to be permitted to open on September 1st. And so that will be interesting as the days move on here and we see what other districts do. Our district is prepared and will open for in-person learning on Tuesday, September 8th. So we're excited about that. That is one of our next big big moments of time in this school year that we are already in the midst of. So we're very excited about that and excited to welcome our students to in-person learning on Tuesday, September 8th. So keep tuned in. We will give you details as we get closer about anything specific to that from principals. I know principals are having a webinar for each school site that is school site specific. So parents should be receiving and probably already have received an email about that. So that's exciting as well. I do want to remind everybody that we've had a couple of our own programs up and running with our own camp, with our own early childhood development center that have been fantastic. And so it's been great to see those programs put children and staff first as we move forward with actually getting those off the ground and reopened earlier this summer. So great job to all of you. And a huge congratulations to Ara Allard. Yes, she is one of 5 Teachers of the Year in the County of San Diego. So it was fun to be in that meeting this past week with Dr. Paul Gothold, who is the county superintendent. And it was exciting to participate in congratulating Ara, who will represent our district and all teachers in San Diego County and actually the entire state so well. Ara is one that is always thinking about kids and always thinking about personalizing, and definitely is a champion for public education. So congratulations to Ara Allard, and we know that you will have a wonderful year as one of 5 County Teachers of the Year. I want to echo what was said about our parents earlier. It has been so important to have time with PTA presidents and parent leaders throughout our district and experts and physicians and parents who had questions and comments and input and ideas. And that is true what President Halperin said about we're better because of you. It's very true. We get to excellence through dialogue, conversation, questions, feedback, and ongoing looking at how we do things so that we can make sure we're always doing things as well as we can do them. And obviously doing what we believe is best and right for kids, keeping them at the center of every decision. And when we do that right, we sleep well we sleep well at night and know that we're doing the right thing. So thank you to everybody for being involved in that. And I look forward to a great year. We're off to a wonderful, wonderful start. So you're going to hear a lot more about a lot of great things happening in various reports throughout the evening. So congratulations on a great start, everybody.
Thank you. And then we were able to get Anonymous onto the call. So Chris, if you want to move that person into the call, we can take that comment now. So you're muted, but as soon as you unmute, you can speak. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm calling because I was informed by district staff that the district hired a private investigation company called David Sobel of the Sobel Group to investigate parent CCT complaints. And I looked over all of the agendas from the past school year, and I could not find any invoices or the name of that company listed anywhere. Can you tell me where I can find that?
So with public comment, the board cannot respond or answer questions, but I can refer that to staff. So I will refer that question to staff for a follow-up.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are at item 5.5, which is public hearing to review the proposed learning continuity and attendance plan. Public hearing to review the proposed learning continuity and attendance plan. It replaces the local control accountability plan for the 2020-21 school year. Notice is hereby given that the Del Mar Union School District will conduct a public hearing to gather community feedback for the proposed 2020-21 Learning and Continuity Attendance Plan, LCP. I'll just call it LCP. The Senate Bill 98 suspended the requirement to adopt a local control accountability plan for the 2021 school year. In its place, local educational agencies are required to adopt the LCP by September 30th, 2020. The purpose of the LCP is to describe how the district will address the impacts of COVID and maintain continuity of student learning in the coming year. The draft LCP is attached to the agenda for public viewing. Community members who would like to submit written comments regarding the proposed actions and expenditures may do so by clicking on the link provided in the agenda item. So that's for your written comments. The link is for written comments only. If you would like to speak to this item tonight, please use the link on the front of the agenda and reference this agenda item when we do have 2 speakers on this item that we'll take in a moment. The learning continuity and attendance plan will be brought to the board for approval at the regularly scheduled board meeting on September 23rd, 2020. The public hearing on this item is opened at 6:32 p.m. The 2 public comments are from Stephanie Beckstrom and Adam Fisher, so we'll take both of them into the call, and we'll start with Stephanie. Okay, Stephanie, you're in, but you're muted. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm actually not certain that this is the right moment to be speaking. I wasn't sure from the agenda, so I'll just share what I was going to share, and it might fit a little bit better into some of the issues that are coming up later. But I want to echo some of the points that one of our earlier speakers made regarding the launch program. First, I want to say, I agree, wonderful job to everyone. And there's just a few issues that we're hoping, I'm speaking on behalf of several other parents as well, that we're hoping can be addressed to further support the launch program. The first of these is recognizing that the class sizes are quite large and larger definitely than the in-person program. We'd like to request that aids be provided to the teachers. And I have actually discussed this with several of the teachers as well. And their feeling is that yes, an aide would be helpful if the aide were trained well. Top choice, of course, is a credentialed teacher to help the teacher, the main teacher. Second choice would be whoever is trained also well. And that would be so that the teacher can do more one-on-one or even small group than is currently scheduled. We'd like to see for STEAM Plus, pro rata share of the STEAM Plus teachers' time spent on lunch. Right now, our understanding is that it's not pro rata, it's around 20%. We think it should be based on the student enrollment and pro rata. I think I have 30 seconds left. So, and finally, echoing an earlier point.
You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Good. I was talking really fast when I saw that. Okay.
Go ahead.
So also echoing an earlier point is that, you know, I have a fifth grader who's in a class that's 29 or 30 students, and the teacher can't see all the students at once. So whatever is necessary, I understand that it's the possibility of adding an extra monitor, or it may have something to do with the server speed itself, but to support the teachers in figuring out a way that they can see each of the students during you know, class would be really useful. So 3 main points. An aid to help the teachers, so basically so that there could be more breakout sessions. Number 2, pro rata share of the STEAM Plus teachers' time. And number 3, supporting teachers' ability to see all the students during class. Again, thank you to everyone very, very much. My children are behind me now. Thank you very, very much. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to you all as well. I'm done 9 seconds early.
Good job. Okay, thank you. We next have Adam Fisher. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. It's very fantastic, by the way, as a lot of other people have said, that a lot of good progress has been made for the launch program, including preserving homeschool affiliation. And as long as the teachers and the classes have sufficient resources, launch can have a great year. However, as others have said, it's critical that launch has those resources so that it may be set up for success. Many families are in launch because of uncertainty about the safety of in-person school, with many families having situations at home that make taking on the risk of in-person school unwise. And those families should not be at an undue disadvantage. Right now, there are about 3,900 students, with 35% of them in launch. Based on the materials for this board meeting in the LCP, an additional $4.1 million is being spent for in-person learning, which is about $1,600 per student. The majority of that is for 23 additional teachers to reduce the class size for students attending school in person. Also, an additional $1.4 million is being spent on launch though 0.4 million of that is for devices that'll last multiple years. So depending on how you look at it, that's an additional $700 to $1,000 on launch per student, which is 37 to 56% less than the in-person. So launch class sizes are much larger than in-person, has been pointed out, 25.3 on average versus 17 for in-person. Given that, additional credentialed support is warranted and could be well used. This could be provided by bringing the investment on a per student basis in launch up to parity with that for in-person school. If that were done, it would represent an additional $800,000 to $1.2 million. And it could be funded in a variety of ways. One idea being use of reserves that are pretty justifiable in this extraordinary pandemic year. That amount of money would support hiring an additional 7 to 12 teachers, which could support and help ease the burden for launch teachers. For instance, to help with especially small group or one-to-one discussions between teachers and students. I'm aware that the district is providing additional support to launch via about 8 library and other personnel, and that's fantastic. That's a great step in the right direction. However, given that many of those personnel are part-time and or not credentialed, additional resources are still warranted. Also, it should be ensured that those personnel receive ample training, but I do also understand that's in the works, and that's great to hear. Also, the equipment issue, which others have brought up, especially given the large class size. I understand actions are in the work to make sure that teachers have what they need. And I would especially emphasize multiple large monitors, 21 plus inches in size. I've seen my daughter in action. She has 2 27-inch monitors and she uses them. You can see everybody on one screen and her lesson on the other, and she's super productive and super happy. And the cost of providing all of this to all launch teachers would probably be less than $10,000, which is a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things. In any event, hopefully those are helpful suggestions to help launch have a great year. Appreciate the consideration and look forward to seeing more.
Thank you. That is our last speaker. The public hearing is closed at 6:39 p.m. So we are at item 5.6, public input concerning items on the agenda, which means this is your last chance to submit a speaker request regarding other items on the agenda, and we are going to be closing the public input link. We will call you to speak when the board addresses the item you have selected. Okay, we are at item 5.7, board approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Member Mock?
Aye.
Member Fitzpatrick?
Aye.
Member Raffner? We just couldn't hear you, Doug. Can you say that again? Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, Member Wooden.
Aye.
Okay. And aye for me. The motion to approve the minutes has passed. That brings us to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda, items 6.1 to 6.16? 16.
I had a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
There was I just didn't know what on 6.6, and I don't know who did that one. Let me see. Oh, that's submitted by Kathy. I was wondering if she could just explain what the GAN limit is. I kind of read through these things. I didn't understand what that one was. I don't know if Kathy's around.
Of course she is. There's Kathy.
Oh, there she is.
I think you're muted, Kathy, but then you'll be able to speak. Kathy, you're still muted. Oh, there you go. Hi.
Thank you.
Good.
So the GAN limit is something that has been put into place since I think back to 1970s, and it's basically just something that runs through the SACS forums, and we do this on an annual basis and passing a resolution, and it's just assuring that that the growth in the government spending is not any faster than the growth in population and inflation. And so it just takes, the way that the formula is it takes a look at all the expenditures, and then it realizes some of the amounts that they net out. So it's just one of those resolutions and documents that we fill out on an annual basis.
Okay, is there anything particular that, so it's just something that's like something to comply with, basically?
It is. It's just a standard compliance that we follow on an annual basis.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other questions from the board?
Just one other quick one for me. Chris, on 6.10, let's see. Can you explain what this the purpose of these ed specifications are for?
Requirements for applying for funding from the Office of Public School Construction and submitting applications to California Department of Education. For example, with our Pacific Islands Ranch School, we purchased the land and we do qualify for potentially getting funding back for half of the purchase price. So to apply for that, now I will say there is no funding for that right now, but we want to be in line so that down the line, when funding comes and if we can move to the head, then we could get that $5 million back and put that towards facilities in the future to supplement the work that we're doing. So what we did is we looked at the process that we went through with both Pacific Islands Ranch and Del Mar Heights, and the work we did with our teachers across the district in looking at some of those and put together some basic educational specifications for our classrooms. This doesn't tie us to a next design that we have to follow those exactly, and we still will be working with an architect and working with the school site to design them, but it puts in place some basic specifications for the educational environment.
Okay, so I appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't know if they were tied to those or anything, like if they're set in stone or things
Not
like
set in stone, but a requirement for going after that funding. So definitely something we want to make sure that we have in place.
Got it. The other, it's just a quick, like, kind of minor thing on that one. It's just that I don't know if the table of contents appears to be a little bit off, because I know there's one about 13 pages, but the table of contents was indicating like page like 25 and 30 and stuff like that. So I don't know if that's something that just needs to be like a typo kind of thing. So just let
We'll fix that. Thanks for picking that up, Chiwa.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Scott. Roll call vote. Member Mock.
Aye.
Member Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
Member Raffner.
Aye.
Member Wooden.
Aye.
Okay, an aye for me. So the motion to approve the consent agenda has passed. This brings us to item 7.1, Board Information 2020-21 School Reopening Budget Priorities with Kathy Birks. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Governing Board of Trustees and Dr. McClurg. This presentation will provide information regarding the school reopening budget priorities. Significant resources have been allocated for the success of the 2021 school year, including the Launch Distance Learning Program and in-person school. Next slide, please. Thank you in advance, Chris, for going through this. The agenda will cover funding sources, expenditures and related to personal protective equipment, facilities, technology, software, materials and supplies, professional learning, staffing, and anticipated budget adjustments at first interim. Our funding sources is SB 117, which is the COVID-19 LEA response funds, and we received $71,989. This is to maintain the nutrition services, cleaning and disinfecting of facilities, purchasing of personal protective equipment, and also materials for distance learning. The other source, which is part of the CARES Act, is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds, which is also referred to as ESSER, and that's $106,752. This covers supplies to sanitize and clean, educational technology, and mental health. In addition to that is the Learning Loss Mitigation Funds, which is also part of the CARES Act, at $2 million, just a little over $2 million. And this is for academic services, instructional materials, program enhancement, physical distancing guidelines, such as lower class size and transportation, technology for access, devices and software, and professional learning. These funding sources and through this presentation is crossing over 2 fiscal years. So some of it has been recognized in the 2019-20 school year, and others will be recognized in the 2021 school year. Next slide, please, Chris. So another potential funding source is FEMA. And this is where the district will have to submit an application and would receive 75% of the total cost. And it goes through an approval process through FEMA. And here is listed some of the items that they will approve. But what happens first is that we cannot duplicate the services. We need to exhaust the local funds before we apply to this FEMA. Next slide, please. So when we look at expenditures for personal protective equipment, we've expended to date about $262,000. This includes adult and student masks, gloves, face shields, disinfectant wipes, cleaning wipes, hand sanitizers, hand sanitizer stations, disinfectant equipment, barriers, standing and tabletop, contactless thermometers, and also posters and floor stickers. Next slide. We can see on our facilities at approximately $460,000, we've installed hand wash stations, we purchased storage containers, and this is in order to provide physical distancing in the classroom. So if there's excess furniture, we're able to take it out of the classroom and put it inside the storage container. We've also purchased umbrellas because we've reallocated the lunch tables out of possibly the shade structures and allocate them throughout the campus. So we purchased umbrellas for those tables. Also tents for the outdoor learning. We've installed the highest quality air filters, which is known as MERV 13. And we've added on an additional bus for the transportation to Ocean Air School. When we take a look at technology, we've expended about $507,000. What this includes are launch teacher monitors, keyboards, HDMI cables and mice, Chromebooks, Apple Pencils for all teachers, including STEAM Plus, student headphones and mice, student iPads, iPads for teachers and psychologists, and also teacher laptops. In regards to software, we've have the iReady, which is for reading and math. Amplify Science, we don't have a cost on that right now. That's to be determined. We also have Imagine Language and Literacy, Zoom, Thought Exchange, and while we had Seesaw for the lower grade, we have purchased that for the upper grade. Materials and supplies, approximately $291,000. This includes student supply kits for launch distance learning and also for in-person learning. We will be purchasing additional teacher sets and student workbooks for the Wonders, but we don't have a final cost on that. That's to be determined. With professional learning, we're at currently about $670,000. This includes Amplify Science, at 210 staff hours, iReady for reading and math, about 413 staff hours, Google Classroom at 88 staff hours, Imagine Learning, 128 staff hours, and also Leading Edge certification. We have 212 teachers that have enrolled in this. In regards to staffing, we're at approximately 3.6 million. We have a dedicated launch administrator, a dedicated launch administrative assistant, and a dedicated long-term substitute teacher. We've hired 7 additional custodial staff. We've increased our teachers by 20 from adopted budget. So if you recall, we had budgeted at 179 teachers, of which was going to be, we just put in about 2 additional launch teachers. And we knew with the shifting that possibly that would be enough, but no, we hired an additional 20 teachers above what we had adopted at the budget. Also, our library media specialists will provide launch support. We've also hired psychologist interns and speech and language pathologist assistant. So when we take a look at our adopted or anticipated budget adjustments that will be reflected at the 2021 first interim, as of to date, what we can quantify now, we're looking at recognizing about 2.1, almost 2.2 million in additional state and federal revenue. When we take a look at it, the expenditures and what has either been, what has not been budgeted either in 1920 or in 2021, that'll be an additional 4.4 million, which means that we will realize a reduction to our fund balance of about 2.2 million. Now, in a future presentation, which is on unaudited actuals, we know that we have approximately 956,000 that will be an increase to the unrestricted reserve balance. So if we were to net that out, we are looking at about a $1.3 million decrease to the fund balance. So as we, in conclusion, district administration has been planning for the safe reopening of schools since schools closed on March 13th. The district will use available resources to ensure the safety of students and staff and to provide a high-quality educational program. We are dedicated to the unrelenting pursuit of the extraordinary school experience for all students. The district has been steadfast with the right focus and the right priorities. We have invested in what is important, and that is the district's students and staff. And I'm sure that we will have more expenditures as time goes on, and as we come to first interim, we'll be able to provide that analysis and look into it deeper as to, you know, our salaries and our expenditures. And so I look forward to presenting first interim to the board in December. And just as a reminder, that first interim reflects expenditures through October 31st. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll take questions from the board, and we do have one speaker, Lisa Cradgen, on this item. But we can take board questions first, and then we can discuss more after we hear from Lisa. Okay, seeing no questions, let me bring Lisa in, and then we'll discuss afterward. Do you want to ask? You just unmuted. Do you want to ask a question while waiting for her?
Yeah, sure. How does this? So I know you mentioned the reserves a little bit. How does this look in terms percentage-wise? I know before we were like maybe at 20 something. How if this would knock it down? Where would it? How far down would it go?
So as we present unaudited actuals, I think that we're showing it at about 23%. And the reason why is because at the end of the year, our reserves always increase because we're recognizing everything coming to actual. And also, we also have carryovers. Right now, I'm anticipating basically it to come down to probably about 20%. I think anywhere from 18 to 20 is probably where we might be looking at for first interim.
Okay, thank you, and we can come back to that. Lisa, hi, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kathy, for that fantastic presentation as well. Some general comments as well as some that speak to budget issues. I also want to echo other parents saying that we really appreciate all of the hard work that the staff has done in getting the school year going. My name again is Lisa Cradgen. I'm president of the Ocean Air PTA, but I'm speaking also as a parent. My daughter is already enjoying her launch class in 6th grade tremendously. with a very experienced and fantastic teacher, Ms. Daniel. And as I've told Dr. McClurg in our very helpful ongoing conversations, I really thank the district for the costs they've incurred in making some adjustments that some parents have felt very strongly about, minimizing combo classes and large classes in person, allowing more students to change programs during the year if necessary, affiliating launch kids with their home school. I know those are costly and Herculean tasks, and it's impossible to please everyone. PTA presidents understand that too. And like you, our PTAs are also dedicated to doing whatever we need to do with our budget to create a memorable and unifying year for our students in our school, no matter what program the kids are in, and no matter what challenges we face. With the school year begun, there are new challenges that we're all seeing. And so the evolving budget issues and qualitative issues need to be addressed. And I know many are already being worked on. For those in person, we are hearing that there are continued concerns about the temperature check implementation, having a family travel protocol implemented, testing requirements, additional counseling and psychologist support in this unique time for students, and more teacher support. And for launch, continued questions about the additional credentialed teacher support for the classes reaching 30 kids, including my daughter's class actually, and also the special education students not having the continuity of their prior year's specialists for services because they chose launch, and the need for additional equipment for teachers like we've heard, the monitors and so on, and the STEAM equity, which we've heard, another wonderful adjustment to have both the launch and in-person students get all the subject areas, but to make sure that there are enough specialists to accommodate the larger class sizes. I know all these things take time and are in process, all the more reason to communicate with parents how things are going, even if they're still in process. We know what a hard job you have, and we know how complicated it is, but we're a district of highly educated and professional families, and we can handle the intricate data and the direct messaging, and we hope that you continue to err on the side of communicating more rather than less, and before decisions are made and not only after, because beyond all the opinions and point of view, the parents will remember the openness and thoroughness of the district's communication to us far past the bonds and the pandemics and so forth. So we really hope we can get ongoing reporting weekly and monthly of budget reallotments and other detailed communications of class data so that we can weigh the needs as we go forward. Whatever redirecting of funds would be necessary to create that success should be our priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. We now can take additional questions or comments from the board on this. We do have several other topics that are related coming up too.
Kathy, I have a question for you. You had mentioned the $956,000 amount of money. Could you just explain where that comes from? You're muted.
Sorry. Yes, you'll see that on a future presentation under unaudited actuals, which I think is 10.1 maybe. So, and that will provide additional information where that funding source is coming from to the reserves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kathy, just trying to hit on some of the topics that have been brought up during the public comment. One was a question about like second monitors for teachers and whether launch teachers are getting the equipment that they need to deliver the instruction. Can you just tell us, and I saw that you had monitors, I think, in your presentation, what has been done, what is planned?
I'm sorry, what was the last part? What has been done?
And what is planned for technology support, hardware, like physical support, monitors or other items for teachers who are teaching in launch?
Yes, absolutely. I think as the district has communication as to what the need is, we definitely are looking at that, and Chris will probably be able to provide additional information when it comes to technology, but we are making sure that not only students but staff have the needs, technology needs that they to provide that high quality educational program that we are accustomed to. Do you have any more about?
monitors, keyboards, etc. with our original launch numbers. As our launch numbers grew, we have looked at how we can ensure that we're taking care of all of our launch teachers. And so it's a combination of looking at further monitors and also looking at, we have a number of desktop computers that are not in use that we're looking at how we can distribute and use that with our launch teachers. So it's a combination of purchasing and then using other devices and other things that are very much usable devices but aren't in use because of some of the things that are going on with tech labs. And so our technology department and our instructional services department have been working together and have gotten that worked out and are now putting it all in play.
Great, thank you. Are there other questions before we go on to item 7.2?
I was just going to follow up. Chris, have you heard anything about any need for technology from the launch teachers right now? Or have they been okay? You're muted.
Sorry, it took a little delay there. We really are, as a technology department, working to support our instructional services department. And so we have had wonderful work from Shelley Peterson and Jessica Morales and Sarah Raskin and Vivian Firestone. And so I have not been the direct contact with the need for the launch program. We've been more the contact with working with our instructional services department to supply and train and support as needed. Okay. So I haven't heard directly that there's need, other than that we do know the launch teachers need some more monitor and that piece. And so we're looking at that again through a combination of desktop computers and monitors so that we can, in some cases, actually hit a need where they can use that desktop computer as well, which gives them another computing device as well as a monitor.
Yeah, I just like to say, I mean, if there are ways that we can offer them more support that are not particularly expensive, like if it's a matter of like larger monitors, if it's a matter of like noise canceling headphones or something like that, I mean, I think it'd be great if we can provide those. And I don't think it'd take a big hit on our budget. And so, you know, it doesn't sound like it would be at least. So, I mean, if that's available, that'd be great if we can, the more support to provide to those people would be wonderful to those teachers.
I have one additional question too. The funding that we're receiving, can we use this also? I mean, if there are families who need higher internet speeds or internet, how does that work right now?
Of education.
Hey, Chris, you're delayed again. Just start over. Sorry, I don't know why.
Using my mute, it's like on tonight. So what I was saying is we've been working with our County Office of Education. They have been doing a lot of work on broadband and wireless access across the county, and I would actually give a little plug because our county office has done an exceptional job with that. And in working with them, they have provided wireless access points, you know, the little bricks for Wi-Fi access. And so we ensured that we had access to some of those. And as parents have reached out, we actually have a small list of parents who have had need. And John Patton in my department has been working with the county office and working with those parents so that we can provide access to families who don't have the necessary Wi-Fi access as we've moved into distance learning.
Would they be able to get then access within their own homes?
That's correct. So it's like a little MiFi device, kind of like having a cell phone that just provides a Wi-Fi access point. The nice thing of going through the county office is they have set it up so that it goes through some web filtering on their end as well. So it provides a safer version than just buying it straight from Verizon.
Okay, and so the best way for families to inquire if they have inquiries about gaining access is to contact you?
To contact us, and if they email tech support at DMUSD.org or they just call the district office, we will be able to help them out. Absolutely.
Okay, let's move to item, thank you, Chris. I'm sure we're gonna keep talking to you. Item 7.2, Board Report, Delmar Union School District Safe Reopening Plan with Jenni Huh, Director of Student Services. And we will have one comment on this item. Hi, Jenni.
Hi, good evening, President Halpern, members of the board, and Dr. McClurg. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'll be presenting to you our safe reopening plan for the district for the 2020-2021 school year. I will not be presenting enrollment and staffing.
Thanks for standing by, everybody. I believe we're just waiting to get the presentation up, so thanks for your patience. We have quite a number of presentations tonight.
There we go. Okay, so as I mentioned, I'll be presenting our safe reopening plan for this school year. Next slide, Chris. And as Holly mentioned earlier, we are preparing for school reopening. San Diego County was removed from the state monitoring list on the 17th of August. And according to the health order, any school within the county after the county was removed from the monitoring list for 14 days would be permitted to open. So all schools in San Diego County will be permitted to open on September 1st if the county remains off the monitoring list and the school is able to implement the California Department of Public Health guidelines, and they have created a safe reopening plan. And DMUSD submitted our waiver for reopening as well as our safe reopening plan, which was approved on last Friday, August 21st. And that was submitted to the San Diego Department of Public Health, and they approved our waiver and our reopening plan. So then it was submitted to the Department of Public Health, and those two agencies then approved our waiver. So we are ready. DMUSD will reopen all schools in-person to in-person learning on September 8th, 2020. It's very exciting. Although we don't need the waiver to reopen on the 8th, we do have the benefit of having had both the County Department of Public Health and the State Department of Public Health thoroughly review our safe reopening plan and approve our waiver based on that reopening plan. So that's very exciting and very reassuring. Thank you, Chris. Next slide. Okay, so as part of our reopening plan, we do have a designated web page on our DMUSD website where the public can view our safe reopening plan. You'll be able to find the guidelines from the California Department of Public Health for reopening schools. We have resources for COVID-19 education and also links to our learning program description. So that's where families can find information specific to in-person learning versus the distance learning launch program. Next slide. Okay, so some general safety measures in our reopening plan. Our campuses will be closed when we reopen. Only students, staff, and essential visitors will be permitted on campus. We have provided a choice for our families for distance learning, so families may choose launch if they do not want their student to return to in-person school September 8th. We have plans for students who are at increased risk, so students who are at have health risks. We will consider their needs on an individual basis. And we also have plans to respond to illness. We have a COVID response team that will liaise with the public health department in making decisions. And we also have a decision tree that I'll be sharing with you that was provided by the county office and was created in conjunction with the Department of Public Health to help guide our decision making if we have a student or a staff member who is positive for COVID-19. Then we will also have our students in stable cohorts, and our cohorts are small, stable groups that are not going to be able to commingle. So our students will stay together with staff and really reduce the amount of contact with other students between other cohorts. Next slide. Okay, some of this you've heard before as we started planning back in the summer. We are looking at our healthy hygiene practices as part of our plan. So our teachers and staff will be scheduling frequent hand washing for students. We will be teaching proper hand hygiene. We've installed hand washing stations and hand sanitizers throughout our campuses and district facilities. And we have appropriate PPE in place that we're providing to our staff, plexiglass barriers for each classroom, masks, and face shields. Next slide. And again, this one we've reviewed in the last couple of presentations. Cleaning, disinfection, and ventilation is also a part of our safety plan. So all of our drinking fountains have been disabled. We have refillable water bottle stations installed at each campus. We have increased cleaning schedules throughout the day. Our cleaning products are approved by the EPA, and we have HVAC filters that were replaced with the MERV 13 filters. Next slide. Okay, face coverings. Face coverings are required for all staff, and they are required for all students, kindergarten through 6th grade. We do have face coverings that we can provide at each school for anyone who needs one. If a student forgets their face covering, or if the face covering gets dirty or lost during the day, we have plenty of replacements for face coverings. And the only time that face coverings will be removed is for snack and lunch. And during that time, when students and staff have their face masks removed, we will be strictly enforcing the 6 feet of distancing, because that is a time where staff and students would be more vulnerable with their face coverings off. So that distancing will be very important during those periods. Next slide. Distancing is a big part of our safe reopening plan. As I mentioned before, we will have stable cohorts. So these are our classrooms. Our students and our staff will remain together in one class as a cohort. We will not co-mingle cohorts. So we will not have one 4th grade class getting together with another 4th grade class. Our cohorts will stay separated, and they will stay together for lunch and recess. We will be utilizing our outdoor learning spaces and our tents to really maximize the opportunities for distancing with our students. And as we've heard previously, the outdoor spaces actually provide for more opportunity for distancing, but also kind of a healthier opportunity for the droplets and the transmission of the virus to be, the outdoor spaces allow it to kind of blow away. So students will go directly to class after they're arriving. They will be going directly to class so that they're not congregating or mixing with any other students from a different cohort. We will have staggered dismissal, and students will be dismissed through designated gates at each site. And we will have staggered lunch and recess. And again, the idea is that students are staying in their cohort during lunch and recess, and they will have assigned zones so that they're not co-mingling with students from other cohorts. Next slide. Okay, teacher and staff safety. We are conducting symptom and temperature checks for our staff each morning. Our staff is also not permitted to congregate, and this is a challenge as we come back. We haven't seen each other all summer, but our staff is doing an excellent job of following these safety protocols. We have closed our staff lounges, and we're not permitting staff to eat together in the staff lounges. So all of our staff members will they're able to go into the lounge and use the appliances, but we are not opening the lounges for people to eat together, because again, that's a period of time when face masks are removed. Typically our staff would be talking to one another, and it's more of a vulnerable period. So in order to really maintain the safety of our staff, we're asking that they not eat with other members of staff or or be in the staff lounge while others are eating. So the staff lounges are closed. We're holding our meetings virtually, and we are working on surveillance testing and establishing a protocol for surveillance testing of staff. Right now, we're working with a couple of different entities and agencies and trying to establish a means for a single provider to assist us with testing staff for COVID-19 testing. That's still very much in process, but for this first kind of wave of testing, we've asked staff to utilize the public health department. So all of our staff that will be working in person and on site on September 8th will be required to produce a COVID-19 test prior to their in-person instruction on September 8th. So our staff is, as we speak, scheduling assessments through public health to be able to conduct that first wave of COVID-19 testing to ensure that our staff and students are safe when they return to school. Next slide. Okay, we've conducted staff trainings. We've conducted staff trainings around safety protocols, temperature checks. We've had our nurses review with the staff how to use the no-touch thermometers and how to get an accurate reading. We've had a safety overview training with Dr. Ritter, who is one of our parents, but also the medical director of the COVID-19 clinic at UCSD. And we've had district webinars for families. And on September 3rd, the principals will be holding site-based webinars to really review the specifics of the reopening plan that apply to their sites. So the specifics of drop-off, pickup, lunch, recess, and things, the protocols that will be specific to their sites. Next slide. Okay, as I mentioned, symptom checks. We are conducting symptom checks with our staff prior to their entrance into the building. We have, as part of our first aid packet, included a parent health agreement this year that is asking for parents to provide consent and commit to conducting symptom checks of their children prior to arriving at school. So each family will need to sign an agreement that they will be conducting symptom checks. We've provided those symptoms to parents and asking that parents every day make sure that their student doesn't exhibit any of the symptoms of COVID-19 and that they're committing to keeping their child home and abiding by any quarantine protocols if the child does exhibit any of those symptoms. We are conducting temperature checks of students upon entering the classroom and staff temperature and symptom screenings daily, and then ongoing wellness checks throughout the day. Next slide. Okay, and again, as we reopen, we really are focusing our attention on keeping our staff and our students safe and healthy so that we can keep our schools open for our students and community. And so we're students and staff who are high risk for illness have been given an opportunity to enroll in launch. Our students and staff are being asked to commit to stay home if they are sick. And we have COVID-19 testing for all in-person staff, as I mentioned. We have a COVID-19 response team that will respond to staff and student illness. And then we have our mitigation protocol or our decision tree that will inform our decisions for quarantining and possibility of any classroom closures or in responding to those illnesses. Next slide. Okay, so in the event of an illness, this is the decision tree. This is was shared by the County Office of Ed and the Department of Public Health. And this will, like I said, inform our decisions if a staff or a student tests positive for COVID-19 or is exhibiting any of the symptoms. So our first step if we have a staff or a student who is exhibiting symptoms of COVID-19 is to isolate that person. So we have created isolation spaces at each of our campuses off of our health offices for any student who would need to be isolated quickly from a classroom. We would be asking that parents or a staff member contact their primary care physician for a test if they are sick or exhibiting symptoms. And then based on the results of that test, they would either be asked to isolate or quarantine. And during those times of isolation or quarantine, students would be able to access either independent study or remote learning. And then our COVID response team would trace and track any possible exposure. So anybody who came into close contact with a student or a staff member who was positive. Next slide. Okay, so then lastly, in response to an illness, we would want to be prepared to consider if a school or a classroom needs to close. So a classroom will close and quarantine if there is a confirmed positive case in the classroom. So again, this is another reason that the small stable cohorts are so important, is because if we do have a positive case, we're able to isolate the group of students or staff who may have been exposed to that positive case and ask that group to quarantine without putting other classrooms or cohorts at risk. So our school may close if we have multiple cases in multiple cohorts. A school may close if 5% of the total number of staff and students test positive within 14 days. And these are guidelines provided by the California Department of Public Health. The superintendent may also close a district if more than 25% of the schools need to close. These decisions for closure will be made in collaboration with local public health. So if there were to be a situation of multiple cases or multiple cohorts that have tested positive, we would be working closely with the local San Diego County Department of Public Health to make determinations about quarantining and possible closure. And then lastly, students will access remote learning during any closures. Okay, next slide. So that is the safe reopening plan. Like I said, it is on our website, and I encourage everybody to take a look at it. If you have any questions, we will update it as it is updated. We will be updating it on the website, and I do anticipate updates as research and guidelines change frequently regarding COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. We have one speaker on this. Before we get to that, are there questions from board members?
I have a question.
Yeah.
If there are cases and the students, like a confirmed case, do they, and they're going to be quarantined, or the class is going to be quarantined, do they need to have testing before they re-enter? Is it something that's going to be mandatory, or is it something that's just kind of on their own?
So after a confirmed positive, do they need to have a negative test to be able to return to school? Is that
Sure.
the question?
That's partly, yeah.
Yes. So actually, Holly and I both attended a meeting this past, well, it was just yesterday, with the Department of Public Health, and this topic was brought up and discussed, and the answer is no. They don't recommend actually retesting. So the protocol is that if a person has a confirmed case, that they would need to isolate until they are symptom-free for 72 hours and at least 10 days have passed. But they don't recommend a retest immediately after because of antibodies. A person may continue to test positive even after they've recovered.
How do we deal with a situation where, I mean, obviously in the fall, everyone's going to be having, multiple cold flu situations. How do we know without some sort of testing that whether it's COVID or whether it's something else, and how are we going to keep track of that? Like the students that come back and
that's part of our decision tree that we have from the county office. It walks through different scenarios. So if a student, say, has a history of asthma or allergies, they can get a note from their doctor that says, this is not COVID, this is a patient of mine that I've treated, I recognize that this is their allergy-induced cough, and this person should be able to come back to school. So that is not going to be anytime a student has a symptom of a cold, but if a patient has a chronic illness, that would be acceptable. But in the case of a student having a cold, they would be expected we would ask them to get a COVID-19 test. If that test is negative, they would still need to be symptom-free for 72 hours before returning to school. So we are aware of that. We're planning for that's going to impact attendance. We'll have the same protocol in place for staff. So Jason Romero will be talking later, but we're actively working on training substitutes because we're definitely going to be following that protocol strictly, and that may mean that we have staff members who are staying home for longer periods of time for something like a seasonal cold, but we're prepared for that because we're really erring on the side of strictly following the health precautions.
Thanks, Jenny.
Jenny, I'm just wondering, following on what Jiwa was talking about with the decision tree, that seems like a really helpful one-pager that maybe we can make available to parents. But also I wonder if there could be a similar kind of just a one-pager, maybe graphically showing us like a cheat sheet for that morning when you wake up and you're not sure about your kid. Like, can you, there's a screening that you do before you bring your child to school, but then the kind of the if-thens, like if your child has a fever, then you do that. You just step by step, because it's a lot of information, and to have to go back through the presentations and try to figure out what the rules are. Just if there's like a one pager people could just keep in their house and just have available so everybody can understand how it's supposed to work.
Absolutely. And the decision tree from the county office is really meant for districts to be able to kind of go through with their nurses and look at possible cases. But I think I'm working with HR and our nurses right now to develop one that's a little bit less dialogue and a little more user-friendly as far as being able to quickly look and see. So we will be having that available prior to reopening on the 8th.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jenny. And could we add those to the Safe Reopening homepage or somewhere on there? We could put those decision trees and the morning checklist.
Absolutely.
Great. And then my other question is, what are we thinking in terms of, so we're having the teachers go to the county public health department and get a test right now. And is that going to be every so often they're doing something like that? Is there a protocol in place from the Department of Health right now about that?
There's nothing mandated from the Department of Health. We are establishing that protocol right now, and like I said, we're working with different health agencies. We're working with our health providers that we use for our insurance carriers. We have a few different vendors that we're talking to be able to provide possibly on-site testing where they can come and test our staff and make that readily available as we move forward. The recommendation is every other month, testing 50% of the staff every other month. So that's just one example of a possible protocol. We haven't established that yet, but we are working on it. And like I said, we're sort of just doing this first wave is everybody who's going to be in person, even if it's a launch teacher who's coming on site, will have that that initial test prior to opening.
And what's the recommendation for having students get tested prior to opening? Is there one?
We're not recommending surveillance testing of students right now, but one of the, of course, that would also require parent consent, of course, but one of the things that we are talking about with one of our agencies and medical consultants is the possibility of having the rapid testing available to students, especially if we're in a situation that there has been a possible exposure, that we could have a classroom, that we could have testing available for the classroom if parents consented, so that we would rapidly have results about a possible exposure. So we're looking and considering all of those options and establishing that protocol.
Okay, but right now there's no protocol or mandate from the Department of Health that students need to be tested before. It wasn't part of the waiver or anything like that. Okay.
No.
And then, do we have a nurse on every campus?
We have a health technician on every campus, and we have 2 registered nurses, RNs, who are our school nurses,
okay,
who oversee and consult with the health techs.
Okay, and they've, I'm sure, been receiving lots of training. All this.
Yes. Yes, they've been meeting. They've I'm supporting them. The nurses are supporting them. They're meeting together. They're meeting with all of us. Yes, they're like I said, they're helping create these isolation spaces, ordering supplies, and they're ready to go.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny, somebody had mentioned the question about a family travel protocol. Is that something that you're familiar with, or that we're considering?
I'm not sure exactly what the speaker was referring to. I know that we did have some issues back in January when we first started to hear about COVID. We were looking at travel restrictions. There were quite a few travel restrictions at that time. So we were asking families who were returning from a high-risk area to quarantine, and we were asking for documentation and travel documentation. I don't know if you've heard, but as of today, I believe, possibly yesterday, the Center for Disease Control just announced that they are no longer implementing quarantines for people returning from other countries. So that's they are no longer. That's the CDC is no longer enforcing quarantines after travel, and that's just something brand new. So we are talking about each case. We're talking to parents. We are asking parents to let us know if they're returning from travel. And we do have our nurses and our principals and school staff consulting with families.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be interesting to know how that evolves and what the expectations would be of a family if they travel in the U.S. or outside the U.S. I'm curious what the guidelines are recommended to be on that.
Like I said, as of right now, there's nothing in place for travel within the United States.
Okay. We have a speaker. Chris, do you want to bring the anonymous speaker into the call? Okay, you're in the call, so if you unmute, then you should be able to speak. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, yes. I would like to talk about inclusion and equity, and how is that being incorporated into the safety reopening plan. I was told by district staff that the 6 children with disabilities in my school will be segregated from all the children with non-disabilities and in its own cohort. These 6 children are also in 3 different grade levels. I'm sorry, 1 second. This is not okay. Segregation is not okay, and it's illegal. Discrimination is not okay, and a denial of space is not okay. While the school is obligated to ensure the health and safety of all students, it is equally obligated to follow the laws and ensure that its plan does not violate children's state and federal civil rights. Shelley Peterson stated to the press, the Del Mar Times, that the school is committed to creating an inclusive school environment this year. She also stated it in last month's board meeting. If this was true, then why is the school creating, then why is the school segregating disabled children from non-disabled 100% of the day? School started this past Monday. The teacher on my child's Zoom class told everyone that she wanted to get to know everybody better. And in order to do that, she asked each child to bring something in, and she assigned them a day where they would present. My child waited anxiously for his name to be called. His name was never called. Him and the other students were excluded out of all the students. This happens every single day of every single year to my child. Dr. Holly McClurg knows this, and nothing ever changes. Why? I don't understand. Why is the school telling the press that they're committed to inclusion when that's clearly not true? I had sent an email to the board and I asked them how would they feel, or how would their child feel if that happened to them? How do you think that would affect their ability to focus in school and progress academically and socially? I never got a response. I also sent an email to the teacher and I explained how it affected my child, and I asked her to please apologize and please confirm that she would apologize. I never got a response. My child has refused to go to school these past 2 days because of that, and no one has called. The principal said I called the nurse, and she said the principal would call. He didn't call. So I'm asking you, why is this happening, and why isn't the school doing anything about it?
Okay, thank you. Again, we won't be responding directly to questions during this, but we can bring up some of the topics which probably fit into 7.3. But before we move on to that item, are there any other any questions regarding just the safe reopening plan itself? Okay, thank you very much, Jenny. We will now move on to item 7.3, which is a board report 2020-2021 Del Mar Union School District Learning Programs with Shelley Peterson. And this topic there are 4 speakers on this that will go after Shelley presents and the board has a chance to ask questions. So go right ahead, Shelley.
Hi there. Good evening, President Halpern and members of the board. I'll just wait for a moment. There is the presentation. Very good. Well, as you know, it has been a very exciting week. We did get to start school on Monday, and it was a successful start by all accounts for both our launch program and our in-person, which is occurring remotely until September 8th. In early April, when we began, thank you, Chris, in early April, the moment we suspected we would need an exceptional distance learning program option for our students for the 2021 school year, we went to work. And I can tell you that we know how to do in-person school. Creating a distance learning program from ground up was something we had never done before. And there was a significant and continues to be a significant investment of time and a significant financial investment. In fact, I would call it no holds barred. Whatever we had to do, whatever we had to invest to ensure that this was a premier distance learning program for all of the children in our district, we set out to do that task. And not only has it consumed the time of the entire instructional services staff, Jessica Morales, Vivian Firestone, and Sarah Raskin, our newly hired coordinator to oversee the program. But it has also interfaced with every department in our district. The intensive support we have needed from human resources to help staff our launch program, the support we've needed from the business services department to order all of the materials, the technology, and the supplies has been extensive. The support from Jenny's department and student services for enrollment and how to figure out how to separate these students so that they could still belong to their home school, but also identify with the launch program has been a tremendous undertaking. And we are very proud of this brand new program. And I agree with you, Dr. Wooden. I think it's probably one of the finest distance learning programs in the state and probably the country. My hat's off to all of the teachers who have participated in summer. And it's important to note that because it's fine for us to offer training, but teachers aren't required to attend training over the summer break. And all of those training hours that Kathy showed when she did her budget report, including 261 teachers who are registered for the Leading Edge Flex certification, it's just phenomenal. It far exceeded my expectations for participation in training over the summer. And I'm really proud of the entire team. And when I say that team is inclusive of all of our teachers as well as district support staff who have given many hours and, as I said, financial resources to develop this premier program for our district. It continues to be a district priority, and Sarah Raskin will continue to support the overarching direction of launch and all of the needs with the launch program. But what we are also very proud of is that maintaining that connection to the School of Attendance. So all of our teachers will actually retain that connection with their school site principal. Families will have a connection to the school site principal. Families who had attended, say, Sycamore Ridge School, they will still have an opportunity and a means to be in contact with the principal of that school, as well as receive all of the communication through our Blackboard Connect system. And that includes all of the principal's weekly updates, PTA information, etc. So that will be ongoing. And we've actually assigned all of our newly hired staff who didn't have a previous site where they were a teacher to one of our site-based principals. And so that also helps to create that sense of community. Our newer teachers will benefit from that sense of community and that connection to our home schools. Our students will also have the opportunity, and we encourage, and we will be, our school sites will reach out to our launch students to encourage their participation in any site events as appropriate. And of course, things like those major events, such as sixth grade promotion, that is absolutely part of the planning and what we anticipate our launch students will participate in with their home school. I've already spoken about the training, and Kathy also spoke to it in the budget. It was Google Classroom training, Google Site training, the Imagine Learning training specific to students who are English learners, iReady reading and math training, as well as Amplify Science training, which all of the teachers in our launch program are using. And all of those directly connect to all of the curriculum and new curriculum we've acquired to supplement our core programs. Thank you, Chris. We can move on to the next slide. So in-person learning. In-person learning, as I said, we know how to do in-person learning. This year we have to do in-person learning with a twist because we have to do in-person, but consider all of those very specific health and safety guidelines that will keep our students and staff safe as we reopen and plan for that on September 8th. And what our teachers really had to do and our principals really had to do is they had to plan for two pathways. We knew as the summer moved along that we were not going to be able to open in person. So not only did we have to develop a pathway and a plan for what remote classrooms would look like and plan for all of the technology and materials that our families would need in this 2-week interim period, but our teachers and our administrators also had to be on that, at the same time, be on the same pathway to open in person and be ready for students to walk through those doors on September 8th. So a lot of the planning happened concurrently and is happening concurrently, and there should be a seamless re-entry into in-person learning for the families who are in students who are in that program. And then as part of our in-person learning, we did open our Spanish language immersion classes this year. Very, very exciting. I've heard such great reports and heard from excited parents whose children are participating in that program. We took all 50 students and we split those students up into 3 classrooms. So we do have 3 Spanish immersion teachers so that we could reduce those cohort sizes. But as we move forward next year, they will roll up into just those 2 strands at 2 schools, being Del Mar Hills Academy and Ashley Falls School. Next slide, Chris. Thank you. And then finally with STEAM Plus, we are thrilled to say that we're fully staffed in both programs. That has presented us with some challenges in rethinking what that delivery will look like because of the cohorting and because it's necessary to reduce staff exposure to multiple cohorts throughout the day. So we had to put our heads to that, and I think we've arrived at a terrific plan for when we return in person. It's a little bit, I won't say seamless, but a little bit easier in a distance learning or remote setting for our launch program because it's already remote. It's already going to be in a distance learning model. So we didn't have to try to figure out how to provide in-person instruction while being mindful of those health and safety guidelines with that in-person setting. So in both programs, we have our science specialists staffed, we have physical education teachers, we have art teachers in both programs. And then just a note about music. We did attempt to hire music teachers, and when we posted our position with music only, we had a very limited applicant pool. So what we started doing is thinking about how could we increase that applicant pool and how can we look at a visual and performing arts program, inclusive of music, but also inclusive of the performing arts as well. And so we opened up that application to performing arts educators as well. And I'm pleased to say we had phenomenal response to that. And so we do have a really nice visual and performing arts program. Music for this year is living in the launch program and not in the in-person program. The reason for that is with music specifically, when we talk about singing or we talk about playing instruments, those 2 activities are actually prohibited because they are, when doing that, you have to have masks off, you're in closer proximity, and that is when those droplets are prevalent if you are playing through an instrument or singing. And so we believed we had teachers who are music teachers and interested in being in the launch program. And so they are providing the music instruction to our launch students. And for our in-person program, we are focusing on the visual and performing arts for this year. As we look to the next year, we will more fully develop that visual and performing arts program. So it will be inclusive of music as we look at that for the 21-22 school year. And then we also know that technology is currently embedded in everything our students are doing. And so this year, what we've done is transitioned our technology specialists into integration specialists. And those integration specialists are at every in-person site. And their focus is really on bringing some of those design thinking principles to every school site and integrating the content the specialty content areas throughout the curriculum, working closely with students, working closely with teachers, so that we can ensure technology continues to be robust, but integrated within all of our specialty content areas, as well as our classroom core content areas. Next slide, Chris. And then I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. I can't believe you're launching a Spanish immersion program in the middle of a pandemic. That's pretty amazing on top of everything else.
I have to say, I feel so lucky with the Spanish immersion teachers we hired. They are absolutely amazing, and we're not even phased one bit. I couldn't believe it either. I kept thinking, how are we going to do this? They have to be able to hear. They have to be able to see how children are forming the words as they learn this new language. These three are veterans. They were not even phased. They knew exactly how they were going to tackle it, and they can't wait to have their students in person.
That's so exciting. Thank you, Shelley. What questions do folks have before we take our speakers? Okay, let's get some Oh, ahead, Catherine.
Okay, hi, Shelley. Thank you for all the work you're doing. And yes, I have a kindergartner who started the Spanish immersion program, and she's picking up some Spanish, so it's exciting to see. And you know, I've said it before, I'm such a huge proponent of music, and so I'm just wondering if there's any way we could have our in-person students access any kind of pre-recorded music from those music STEAM teachers at home, if that's possible.
Well, the nice thing is that with our performing arts teachers, it doesn't mean an absence of music. It just means that music is part of how they will be working with the children. I do believe that music will still be a part of it, although it may not be specific music instruction as we might receive with those STEAM plus music teachers that we have. I'm reluctant to say that I wouldn't think there's any reason why our students couldn't access some asynchronous instruction that has been recorded and prepared. But I can also tell you that our music teachers in the launch program, they are quite busy with synchronous instruction for our launch students. I will say though, I don't want anybody to have the takeaway that music isn't important. And we set out to hire 2 brand new music teachers, and then just as we continued to hit some barriers, we had to really rethink about for this year how our program might look. So we are still anxious and eager to develop a really robust and well-rounded program that is inclusive of more music teachers.
Thank you, Shelley.
Hey, Shelley, thank you for everything. I know that it's really early right now in launch, and actually in all of school. Do you know if the teachers have any feedback in launch that if they need with the class sizes where they're at, do they need any kind of additional assistance, like additional aids or anything like that? I know some speakers have brought that up, and I was kind of curious as to what you were hearing and what you think about it.
We actually haven't received that feedback. And we are, as I think Kathy mentioned, that our library media specialists are going to be assigned to launch. Most of them have hours that would be hours consistent with instructional aids. And so we are really confident that we are going to be able to provide support during core instructional periods, specifically during English language arts, so that we can reduce class size. And I will tell you that our library media specialists are very, very excited to be able to participate and support students in their classrooms. Additionally, as we have individuals who are working within the launch program who may have a time within their schedule, we are plugging them into classrooms to support and provide small group instruction as appropriate and necessary. But just by definition, distance learning programs do typically accommodate a larger number of students just by design, by the way things are programmed, and how it's more of a staggered approach with students. So as I say, we haven't had feedback that, oh my goodness, classes are too large. And actually, many of our primary classes are right at what is a typical year, or one student or two above, as are many of our upper grade classrooms. When I hear a class size of 30, that's only 2 more than we would staff for during a typical year. And not to minimize those 2 extra students, but it's not 5 more, it's not 10 more than we would typically staff for. And then related to the technology, as Chris said, we are making sure that teachers have the technology they need. We're sorting through those puzzle pieces. We have some launch teachers that want to teach at school, and so they have that great big monitor in their classroom, and so they don't need an additional desktop or standalone monitor. So we're just putting all of those pieces together to make sure we get all of the needs of our launch teachers met. And we have a fantastic coordinator working on that in Sarah Raskin, and is very responsive and meets with the teachers regularly. And as I said, as we move forward, our site principals will also be meeting with the teachers in the launch program so that they can ensure that we really have an exceptional program as we move forward.
Thanks, Shelley. Yeah, just like I was saying, I love to be able to support them whatever way they need to be supported. Part of it is I don't really know what they need. So, I mean, I don't know if they have like the monitors they need. I don't know if they, where they're at, but if you hear anything, if you need to bring it up to us, or whatever it may be, I'd love to, I'm looking to support them, basically.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that sentiment. And because it is such a new program, sometimes we start taking some steps down the path and we go, wait, we need this. And so we might not even know what we need yet. We've taken care of all the things we know we need, but certainly are committed to addressing any supports necessary as they arise. And our teachers are really, really great communicators and are really good at letting us know what is needed so that they feel successful along with our students.
Shelley, could you address what we're doing to support students with special needs and how it may be different or the same than previous years in this format?
Do you mean in launch or in
both? In both. And are there any differences to how we're handling those programs that you could explain to us?
I can, and if Jenny would like to come on, if she would like to add anything as I'm talking. So what it is requiring is for us to, as I've said and others have said, it's requiring that we really rethink what our delivery models look like. And part of the reason is that with students in launch, thinking about how we pull students and cohort students so that we ensure that their service minutes are met and their academic needs are met along with their social emotional needs. So that is in process, and we have a dedicated special education staff assigned to launch who are pulling small groups and are participating in students to provide them their specialized academic instruction. For our in-person, part of the challenge is that we have to figure out how we meet students' needs while keeping those health and safety protocols in place. So whereas typically we might have had an aide or our education specialist travel to multiple cohorts and work with teachers in their classroom to service students and meet their needs. And so now we're having to think about, okay, well, students might have to come to the teacher, and is that instruction in small group, is that going to occur outside? Is it going to occur more individualized? And those are all the pieces and parts we're working through. We actually had a meeting today where our program specialists are going to be working directly with our principals and our ed specialist team, and they are going to go through the caseloads at every single school site. Take a look specifically, what are the instructional minutes and how are these minutes going to be met, and do that case by case, student by student, so that we do ensure that we meet the needs of every student on our campus and in our launch programs.
So if I could just add, we will be providing special ed services to all students who have IEPs, and we will be looking to ensure that we are providing service minutes and meeting the needs of our students. Because we are in a pandemic, things will look a little different. And so just to speak specifically about the issue of cohorts and our self-contained classrooms, all of our students in all of our schools will be maintained in stable cohorts. And while we know that there is a difference in scheduling for our students who are in self-contained classrooms, who in previous years spent a certain percentage of the day just in a general ed classroom, we're not going to have the ability to allow those commingling back and forth between classrooms, but we will, of course, ensure opportunities for our students to be outside in our outdoor classrooms and our outdoor spaces, and ensure that our students in our self-contained classrooms have opportunities throughout the day to be with their general ed peers. It just may look different than it did before, where a student would go into a classroom for, say, the last 2 hours of the day. This way, we're going to have our special day class teachers and our education specialists working closely with our general ed teachers to identify what those opportunities are and to pre-schedule those opportunities to be outside in classroom in our outdoor spaces, so that we can maximize distancing and provide opportunities for our students to be with their general education peers at those times. Those schedules are going to be established on an individualized basis.
Thank you so much for that explanation. That sounds complicated. Okay, let's get some speakers in. We have 4 speakers. We will have Lauren Henry, followed by Michelle Hoyt. I'll go ahead and
Erica, can I just, I don't see our 4th speaker, Valerie Lee. So if she could raise her hand. I might not have the right name, and I just wanted to say that early so that we can make sure we give her the opportunity.
Okay, so first of all, Lauren Henry, Michelle Hoyt, Adam Fisher, and then Valerie Lee, if we can find her. Okay. Lauren, you're in the call and you're muted. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you to the board, and a special hello to member Fitzpatrick, who I grew up about 4 houses down the street from. So special hello to you. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that I've been privy to over the summer and from the spring, actually, and continuing the theme into tonight. And I think the underlying theme is a lack of communication from the district. The district has set the expectations in particular for the launch program. And so when those expectations aren't met by the district, it comes down to a lack of communication, in my opinion, and I think that can be improved. One example would be to publish the results of the parent surveys that were conducted over the summer to support the positions that the district is taking with the launch program, with opening on September 8th, and then some of the decisions that's been made. Give us more information as parents that we need than a lack of information. This is a very educated community and a very understanding community, and people can digest that information and draw their own conclusions from it. A lack of information leads to speculation and hearsay and a lot of other things that aren't helpful to the situation. An example of this is, even to use Shelley's words tonight, that the launch program is going to be exceptional, premier, finest in the state and the nation. But yet the teachers don't have all the tools available for the program starting on day one. Programs like iReady, Amplify, Raz Kids, Seesaw, etc. Those programs aren't available to the teachers, and that's what was communicated to us. As parents, if we had been aware of that situation, that they were delayed a couple of weeks, we would come into it with a different set of expectations. Another one is a lack of teachers. For example, in my daughter's first grade class, we have a substitute for the first 2 weeks because a teacher was late in being hired and she had to finish up her commitment somewhere else, which I don't understand. When you have 1,400 launch students in the district, that would mean that there are available teachers out there because they're not teaching in person. I think the class sizes in launch need to be addressed. And I will just finish with this, that the Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren, to paraphrase him, separate is not equal. And being on the wrong side of the equation right now, I feel like we are not equal. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michelle Hoyt, followed by Adam Fisher. Michelle, you're in the call, but muted.
Hi,
okay,
can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I can't figure out how to get a live picture. So thank you so much for hearing me tonight. I will skip some of what I originally prepared because so many other people covered it, and I really do thank everybody for their tireless efforts. It's not been an easy task at all for you, and I know you are all doing your best. So again, thank you and keep going. The 2 points I would like to bring up that haven't really been brought up yet tonight. Now that we're working on getting all the proper equipment for these launch teachers, by the way, I do have a child in launch this year. So now that we're working on making sure the launch teachers have all the best equipment that they need to get through this year, I want us to consider that they have different levels of comfort with this equipment. And the same thing is going to go for all of these different online programs and platforms that they're using this year. So I am a former educator, and I know how professional development goes, and I'm really hoping that you guys think ahead carefully about how you're going to adapt your professional development this year too, because it needs to be different than it's ever been before. One size will not fit all, and we need to meet each launch teacher where they are individually. Some of them are high on the skills, some are low, and a lot are in the middle. And some of them last year, when they were thrown into this in the spring, they were doing one grade level, but now this year they're doing a different grade level that has different needs online. So they still need different training. And I would like to just give one specific example to try to make this point. After the back to school night, my very tech savvy husband reached out to our child's teacher and he asked how he could support her when it comes to technology. And he ended up, on Zoom showing her his whole home office setup and explaining how certain equipment helps and why, and demonstrating specific ways that he uses dual monitors to his advantage during his professional meetings. Then he even demonstrated certain advanced features with Zoom that she was not aware of. So the point is she would not have known to ask for training on some of these items until a tech savvy person like my husband sat down with her and just showed her the possibilities that exist. So now the door has been opened for her and she can ask new questions and do her own research and she can figure out where to go from here. And, my husband has also volunteered to meet with her again in the coming days to continue to help, because now is when she needs that help the most. So this first month is crucial. And I hope that you really work on professional development that meets the teachers where they're at. And please don't be afraid to ask neighbors like us, people who are parents that professionally have this outside expertise that could come in and just help these teachers quick. Thank you again for everything and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Adam Fisher, who's in the call, and then I'm wondering if Yuli is the same as Valerie Lee. So and she has her hand raised. So yep, she's coming into the call. So Adam, followed by Yuli.
Thank you. Again, sorry for the second statement. This is slightly different than the first one because it doesn't pertain to 5.5 directly. But first of all, I did hear some of the information in 7.1 that was helpful in one, showing that the leading edge training applied to all teachers, not just launch, and also the district reserve situation. It looks like the reserves are still in a pretty healthy spot. So that should provide both additional justification as well as ability to fund these additional resources for launch that myself and a lot of the other parents have been speaking about. I think one other point, and it's been brought up a little bit, but I wanted to kind of drive this home a little bit more in terms of some hard data and reasons, is about STEAM Plus teachers. So the STEAM Plus program, it's a great program, obviously partially funded by DMSEF, and the money that DMSEF provides is contributed with the explicit understanding that STEAM Plus teachers are to be allocated in parity across the district's enrollment. The issue is that's not what's happening right now. As mentioned, there are 32 STEAM Plus teachers in total, but only 6.5 or 20% are allocated to launch. But launch has 35% of the enrollment. To enable an equitable share for launch should have 11 of the STEAM Plus teachers, or 4.5 more than what they have now. That would give the same 35% share, which is, again, consistent with the understanding upon which that money is contributed. Without that, launch students are at an unfair disadvantage, and DMSEF contributions from launch families are also likely to dry up if, again, they're not being fairly allocated. While the district has mentioned that launch students will get the same amount of STEAM Plus time as in-person students, if that time is delivered via much higher ratios, it's not the same. And this is why student-teacher ratios are important in the first place. Plus, DMSEF contributions pay directly for teachers' salaries. So that is what should be allocated in parity. In addition, having an equitable share of STEAM Plus teachers should be especially facilitated by the fact that even for in-person education, the STEAM Plus specialists will deliver the instruction remotely. Even if the main STEAM Plus lessons can be delivered to launch students more efficiently due to larger launch class sizes, as has been mentioned, then the extra capacity of STEAM Plus teachers could also support the primary teachers in a number of different ways, particularly around small group and one-on-one instruction. As you know and have heard, launch classes are already stretched in terms of class size and student-teacher ratios, and any disparity in STEAM Plus teacher allocation will only compound the problem. So I, along with other parents, urge the district and the board to take action to address this issue. Also, in terms of whether or not this is an issue, it was mentioned before the teachers haven't really brought this forward, but as kind of the last speaker said, they might not know even to ask and what's possible, be it equipment or age or what the situation is. So I highly encourage the district and the board to make sure the teachers are reached out to see what additional support they might need. Thank you.
Thank you. Yuli, go ahead. You're in the call, just unmute.
Okay, so I'm a mom of a 5th grade at Ocean Air, and we chose lunch as well. First, I wanted to thank all the school district staff and the teacher for their hard work in this to deliver learning program in this really special time, like not easy time for everybody. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak in the meeting. So we are pretty new to the area and to the district. So a lot of points I wanted to say originally already covered by the previous parents. So I just wanted to re-emphasize that As important physical health is to in-person learning, groups, social need, and mental health is also very important to the lunch students. So I heard that. I appreciate all the presentation. That's very informative, and I understand the class size right now for the lunch groups is similar to the prior years, but still much larger than in-person classes. So it's like our kids in the lunch program needs the same attention, which they are not getting right now, because actually in a distance learning environment, in an online learning environment, the teacher and student ratio should be lower for the student to get adequate attention and interaction with their teachers and also with their classmates. So I think class size is really a concern, but I think, like other parents have said, a support from the district, such as credential aid and technology support, would help a lot. Right now, we have a really good teacher. So my kids' class teacher is so good. She make individual appointments with each student. We really appreciate that. So I think they really need support from the district. And also, I don't know whether the Stream Plus program can be done, part of that can be done in the field, like PE classes for lunch students can be conducted on some field at some time, because we know outdoor risks is kind of smaller. So that's all for now. So I wanted to thank everybody, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we will go back to board discussion. Are there any questions or comments that the board members would like to bring up?
Yeah, quickly. I mean, overall, I just want to say thank you again for all the work that's been done. It's obviously been an incredible amount of work, and it's quite the task. It's a Herculean task, and it's been done well. And so thank you so much. Some of the quick comments I have is that for me personally, in terms of the class size equity, I don't have an issue with it so much in terms of the in-person being smaller, significantly smaller compared to the launch classes, because I think that there should be an emphasis on the health and safety of the people there in the classroom, including the teachers and the staff. I mean, and the students, and they're happy, or when they're going back to class, they're going to be more safe. They're going to have more room to spread out. And I think that that's just part of natural part of that, having smaller classes, and it's necessary for the in-person classes. Now, on the flip side, I don't think that it's necessarily, you don't want to get in a situation where it's completely, inequitable for the launch classes, but I don't necessarily see that as the case, considering that they're relatively close. But I do think that if we can, like I said, if we can provide any kind of support to them and whatever is necessary to support the launch teachers, whether it be technology-wise, whether it be additional aids, or as Shelley's kind of mentioned, that there are going to be some library techs and some additional underutilized staff at the classrooms that could be put over there, I think that'd be fantastic. I've had a wonderful experience so far with my teacher. I think that I think we're at 24, and it's not ideal. I mean, but we can't. Obviously, it's just we don't have the funds to kind of make to split those classes in 12 or something like that. But it's been good. I mean, I think that she's been able to manage it, and it's been successful in what she's done. So, the one other thing that I would say is that I would like to see additional public input in the form of maybe surveys. Some person had mentioned that, and I would like to see maybe more public input in terms of that, whether it comes to us for a vote. I know some of the issues that we're talking about now are kind of moot in terms of a waiver or something like that. But I would have liked to see where we were objectively in terms of the community's input about that, and then seeing an objective survey would have helped. And I would have liked to potentially vote on those kind of issues if they're of public importance. And I also like to see additional teacher surveys, more data that is objective and it's quantifiable, that I can kind of see, and we can make decisions about that. It would be great. So thank you.
So I had one comment just kind of on the class sizes for the launch program, and maybe I know it's going to come up in a later item, but maybe Jason could step on because they're really designed to be, the class sizes are designed to be where we were or where we would be in a normal situation. So no larger than what we would be before the pandemic. And I know it's going to be a little bit, because we're trying to keep schools together. I think that's what maybe Jason could step in, and that's my understanding as to why there might be one or two more in that classroom. And is Jason there?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I can speak to that. And specifically, we are staffing our launch classes to 22 and 28, which is our contractual level. So we're not staffing them any higher than we normally would. So under our contract during the regular school year, we have the allowances and an agreement that we can go above the class size to keep families and cohorts of students together. So we're staffing to 22 and 28, which is what we've done every year. And I will tell you, this happens every year. We have classes in the 30s. So that there are a few launch classes that are at 30 isn't atypical from what is happening during every year that we have school. So we don't staff by numbers. Honestly, we staff by students and by names. There's a lot that goes into staffing, and I'll go more into that in the 11 sections when I present this evening. But just a quick comment, as it relates to STEAM Plus. When we staff STEAM Plus, we also don't staff by student. We staff by class. And the reason we do that is in any given year, just like I have that class size of 30 in the upper grades, I can have a class size of 19 in the upper grades. And so we don't staff according to STEAM, but the upper grade class of 19 doesn't get less STEAM time than the class of 30 because that wouldn't be parity. What we talk about in parity is ensuring that all of our students receive the same program and the same number of minutes and the same experience. But any given year in any given grade level, we're going to have a discrepancy in numbers. We're going to have classes that are extremely low because parents don't have kids in nice packets of 22 and 28. And we'll have classes that are extremely high, and they still get the same amount of STEAM because it's the same program. So I think that I hope that kind of addresses how we staff for STEAM. But yes, our numbers are very similar, to what we see in every school year, and I'll go over very transparently the details of every school and every section in our presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just also like to point out that one of the foundational pieces of the launch program that was very clear from the outset was that it would require a learning coach. So those students who are learning have not only the teacher to deliver new content and help with concepts, but there is also an adult in the home who is helping the child along with their learning as well. And so if you looked at ratios in that way, it's actually a much higher adult to student ratio than you would find in our regular classrooms.
Right, and just to follow up, I'm going to present this later on, but our class sizes are extremely low. Even compared our launch program compared to our neighboring districts, even for that program that may be, on the average, a couple students higher than it was last year, those numbers are still comparatively extremely low for what we are seeing across the county. I know there was a comment that we hired 20 additional teachers, but all in all, with our STEAM turnover and teachers who retired and resigned, we hired in the last couple of weeks 35 additional teachers into our district. And so 1 out of 35 did have an obligation in another district, and we hire the best. So, she was absolutely somebody that was out of the top, 35. She was towards the top, and our principals really, wanted her part of the process. And so we took made that educated decision that we wait for a couple weeks for her to give her notice, and then have a fully credentialed substitute in that classroom working alongside her. And she is participating daily with the students. But our class sizes overall, I have to tell you guys, they are extremely low. And even in our launch program, we're really prioritizing, keeping those class sizes, not just manageable, but low and comparative to what's happening across the county.
I have a few questions and comments. First comment, I would like to thank you guys for having the students stay connected to their home schools. I think that's really great, because this too shall pass, and the kids will then hopefully return 21, 22 to in person, and they won't have lost that connection. And that's really awesome. And so for the teachers that have also been hired, having them assigned to a principal at a site, I think is really great. Let's see, I'm losing my train of thought. I too would love to see just objective data from teachers and from families in whatever form that could be, just so we have it, just instead of maybe some of this responses might be more anecdotal, and it's nice to see things broken down in more numbers kind of way. So I second what Jiwa had mentioned earlier. And then I guess my question is, what can we do as far as outreach to teachers? Because I mean, I know sometimes people just, you don't want to ask the question necessarily. So how can we be forthcoming on a very frequent basis, maybe daily, maybe weekly, with proactively asking our teachers what's going well and just, hey, how do you mute everyone on Zoom? Or whatever the little question might be. What could we do for our teachers to make sure that they're feeling really supported?
I know that Sarah has been meeting with our launch teachers in particular, at least weekly, and anytime one of the grade levels wants to meet, they are doing that. She has been incredibly responsive to their needs. We will continue to grow and be responsive. Our principals, I can't remember if I mentioned this before, but in addition to Sarah, our principals will be meeting with grade level teams specifically for that purpose, to say, how's it going? What's going well? What are your needs? And how can we support you? To this point, everybody is, we've prepared, they have prepared. And that's not to say that it is a finely tuned machine. In day 3 of distance learning, there will be bumps. It is a brand new program, and our teachers are doing an exceptional job, and we will continue to support them with whatever training and learning they need.
That's great. Yeah, I'm just thinking, I know, since we don't have the staff lounges open, that's sometimes a place to connect and, hey, how did this go for you today? Or I have a question about this. So I think now more than ever, because we do as teachers, we go to our classroom and we do our thing and then we leave, but sometimes it's hard to be able to bounce ideas off one another. And especially now, if we don't have our staff lounge or whatever it is the ways that we can connect. So I think being proactive right now is going to be key.
I was kind of curious. I wonder if they could have some sort of virtual staff lounge or something like that. I don't know if that would be useful. I mean, because I did notice the same thing, that, some of the things like my my general education teacher in transitioning to the STEAM teacher was kind of having some just technical difficulties, and it's understandable. It's just kind of people, getting up to speed. But she happened to be on there with the rest of the class and just kind of watching, so she gave him some tips while he was on there. kind of like how to mute and unmute the kids and stuff like that. And so I don't know if like there's ways that they can kind of connect with each other and pass along some tips and stuff, because those I think that's a lot of it is they're just going to learn from doing, and passing that information to one another is useful.
Yes, I think you're exactly right.
We can make every teacher come up with one question a week. Saying, we know you have a question, submit it.
Okay, thank you. This is lots of good information and discussion. If there's nothing else, I want to keep this moving because we still have quite a number of other items to cover. Okay, so we will move on then to item 9.1, which is the board report facilities update. And then we're going to come back to some other budget items that are still related to the school year and remote learning. So I will turn this over to Chris.
Thank you, President Halpern, Superintendent McClurg, members of the board. Pull up my presentation. All right. So tonight, for my facilities update, I will be focusing on two areas. One are some of the major summer projects that we've had. This isn't an all-encompassing list, but it'll look at some of those major projects and provide you an update, as we've tried to do throughout the summer. Usually we do this once at the end, but with as much as we had going on, we've tried to do this on a monthly basis. And then I will share some updates that we have with the Del Mar Heights School rebuild. So starting with our major summer projects, I'm going to focus on four major summer projects. One of them is our summer project over with the blacktop resurfacing. So I've showed you some of these in work in previous presentations, and they've really come out wonderfully. You may or may not remember, but in a previous presentation, I shared Sage Canyon, and it was cracking. There were some water stains. There were cracking blacktop. At CDM, we had more cracking. This was really kind of root-based and some things like that. And then Torrey Hills is finishing up right now. Will be finished up between now and next week because we have the Torrey Hills field going on. But they've already started with some of the slurry seal in the places they can, and have a few places to finish up, and that will be done as well. And Torrey also is an area where we did some power washing to clean it up, but we had kids coming off the playground with blackened hands because we got to the point where slurry sealing just wasn't going to do the trick. So a wonderful job with Mike Ellis and his team coordinating that and getting those done. Our biggest project this summer has been the Torrey Hills field. And at this point, I actually just drove by today, and as you're coming down, driving from Ocean Air, and you kind of have that vertical view looking down, you could see this gopher mesh is on the whole field. And so it's kind of this sea of silver right now, which is pretty cool. But we're at a point where the backstops are actually, the fencing coming in on them. The DG track is finished up. This right here is running the irrigation system. They've now tested it. We have gopher mesh everywhere, and sod is either the end of this week or next week that will be coming in and rolling on to really finish off that project. It's been a lot of work, but we're excited to see the outcome with that gopher mesh, because we had a lot of problems with gophers and holes and issues in that site, and it's going to be our best looking field as we finish it up here in the next week or so. And then with our interim housing, we've had some major work in. So I've provided 3 pictures. You know that we've had 4 portables we put in Del Mar Hills, 1 at Ocean Air. And then up at the top here, I'm showing some pictures of the in addition, when you add portables or anything to a site, there are code requirements related to ADA and path of travel. And so there are a number of spots where we've done further work to make improvements and code improvements related to ADA and path of travel. And so here at Del Mar Hills, you can see them, they're split. They were brought in 2 pieces, brought together. And up here, Ocean Air is finished off with the ramp and with the ADA ramp extending on, so that's ready to go for our teachers. So again, moved that through and got it set up so that our teachers could be in there in time to start our distance learning and then our in-person learning very soon. And then, of course, our summer projects with the tents. We have them at every school site now, installed at every school site. We are showing here Sycamore Ridge, CDM and Ashley Falls, and at every school site we did them. And in fact, at a couple of school sites, as we installed them based on what we expected, another look at where we're doing something different, something new. And as we talked with some school sites, we actually made some adjustments and came back through and had a couple of sites where we adjusted, moving them a little bit to make sure that they would meet the needs of the school site based on some input from our school site staff and our principals to ensure that these would be as best set up as they could for use by our teachers when they start up in person. And with that, we'll move into our Del Mar Heights School rebuild and share some updates. We've had actually a fairly busy month with the Del Mar Heights School rebuild, and so I'll go over a few things that we've had going on. Just starting with some of the steps we've taken, and as you know, over the course of April through October of 2019, we went through an in-depth community design process involving 7 community meetings, starting with nothing on the table and using that design process to build a design for the school that was based on the community input that we received. Over 400 participants came to those meetings and provided that input and helped us to design the project and the school that we have in front of us now. Looking forward at that time, we knew that we had steps we needed to take with the DSA process, with looking at potential items with the City of San Diego. And so with our architects, we met with the City of San Diego, and we were told that at that point that staff said that it would, from the city, it would be a review. And so we knew that we'd have to go back and review, but that was the input we were given in July of 2019. So as we got to the spring of 2020 and we were finishing our CEQA process, our consultant Placeworks reached out to the city again to ask about our coastal development permit. And again, as you know, the initial city response was no permit was required. City supervisors then reversed that position, the CDP being required, and the district was informed of that in May 14th of 2020. And so our staff and our architects moved forward in submitting our application to the city. We started right away. We had the application ready before the end of May. There were a couple of technical difficulties, but it was completed and accepted on June 8th of 2020. So I'll go into an update of that permit cycle. As I shared last month, we started with our first cycle review beginning in July. So prior to that, the city goes through a process of checking for completeness of the submittal. Once deemed complete, they go through a cycle review. And as they were doing the review, they give us input. The first cycle review ended on August 3rd. And as we've worked with the city and we've been in constant contact, talking with them, emailing with them, getting input from them regularly each week, at that time, a public notice was also posted, 30-day time frame. And we set up a meeting to follow up on that cycle review. So on August 6th, we met with the city to clarify some of the comments. And then immediately the next Monday, we submitted further information to the city in response to the comments. And then we're working with them on the feedback we'd gotten and what steps we might need to take to clarify further or anything we needed to tweak to satisfy the requirements. And then we had a meeting on Friday with the city that I'll speak to a little bit more on the next slide. And then through this process, the 30-day public notice timeline will end on September 4th. So that was a point in time that we were continually monitoring, because up until our meeting on the 21st, we were working towards and had the anticipation and really in every indication that we would be able to put together and respond to comments in a time where we would put the city in a position to be able to make a determination on the permit at around the time of that end of the public notice. And as I shared last time, at that point, the city had us in a process too, where the city staff would be making that determination. So as we met with the city on the 21st, last Friday, they informed us that they're aware of the lawsuit that's been filed against the district, and we knew that they were aware of that. And they also shared that the city attorney has been consulted by city staff, and as they've gone through that consultation with the city attorney, as a result of that and related to this, they shared that additional city reviews have been added. So there are some review cycles that have been added that we will find out about in the next week or so with what feedback they give. It also, the city stated that they were proposing that we need to comply with the conditional use permit, which would require a process 3, which is a change in their view. We do not believe this is the case, because the board has approved a resolution at the last meeting that would render a conditional use permit inapplicable. And so we have been working with our legal counsel, and we've been setting up a conversation between our legal counsel and the city attorney to work through that, because that would require further approval with a hearing officer rather than city staff. It would also lead to setting a meeting with that hearing officer, and that setting of a meeting adds probably 30 days at least to the cycle, because once we finish that cycle review, the city staff would have been under the process 2 that we were under up to this point, would have made a determination. If it goes to a hearing officer, that means that there is a finishing of the review, and then instead of the city staff making a determination, we then set a meeting with the hearing officer where they would then have a recommendation, and we would finish our cycle, but it goes through a hearing officer process. So that process is leading us to an extension to it. And we do know that we are at a point where these are some of the obstacles and delays we're facing right now. We do have, as we know, the CEQA litigation. Save the Field filed that lawsuit on June 12th of 2020. As we talked about with the coastal permit delays, being informed that we did not need the coastal permit, but then moving into needing the coastal permit, we jumped on it right away, but that caused a little bit of a delay. The city has worked with us since then, but as the city has received letters, we know from Save the Field in Procopio, and we know that the Torrey Pines Planning Board has been communicated with as well. There's additional review elements that are being added as the city attorney is looking at it through that lens. One other issue that we wanted to bring up with the board is it has come to my attention, and I've seen at a number of points recently, a statement that the Del Mar Heights capacity was originally built for 300 or 350 students. And I share that that is something that's being brought up, and it's being stated almost as a statement of fact. And there is not a full fact behind that. So I want to share, this is the layout for our Del Mar Heights School. These 3 buildings were completed in the initial phase, and this was the second phase. All buildings were built by 1969. So they have all been there for 50 years. When we count these up, our kindergarten building has 3 classrooms that are original. Our B building, where our administration and staff lounge are, have 3 classrooms. Our A building, where the MUR is, has 8 classrooms. And our D building has 8 classrooms. That's a total of 22 classrooms. Yes, there are 13 portables that are on the campus. Those have been there in some cases for 30 years and have been part of that site for an extended period of time, leading to a current capacity that is a little bit different and has been for quite some time. But if we look at the original capacity of this site, when it was originally built, we did not have a STEAM Plus program or the after-school program that we were housing in our classrooms. And so when we look at it as it was originally built, it was built with 22 classrooms. If we assigned a special education classroom, that would give us 21 general classrooms, which would, if we did 24 students per class, that would be a capacity of 504 students, not 350 students. Our current site has 35 classrooms. 13 of those are portables, and we currently use 22 for our general classrooms, 13 for special programs, and within those special programs that are now part of our district programming at every one of our school sites, we have STEAM Plus classrooms, special education classrooms, and after-school classrooms. In the current site, the after-school classrooms are full-size classrooms because they're in portables or other rooms when we had the full 13 portables, and the capacity with the 22 general classrooms plus our 2 SDC classrooms currently would be 559. And then finally, if we look at our proposed site, we have 30 classrooms. 21 of them would be general classrooms. 9 would be for special programs. 3 would be for STEAM Plus, 3 for special ed, and 3 for after-school programs, with the 3 after-school programs being a little smaller. I will say, you'll note that there's a little bit less STEAM Plus, and there's a little bit less special education. Part of that is because we programmed it specifically because some of those special education classrooms don't need a full room. For example, a speech language pathologist might need a half classroom or 2/3 of a classroom. And so we have specifically designed for that because we are not trying to set up classrooms that would be used for another reason. These are special education programs we know we will need. In addition, our STEAM Plus classrooms, we have 3 because the technology and the integration can be conducted in our innovation spaces. And our PE teacher, rather than having a whole classroom, has an office space with storage, and then we'll be doing most of their classwork outside and can still use the multi-use space. So we still have spaces for everyone, but we actually have less classrooms and a lower capacity with the proposed site. So I share that to compare the original state versus the current site versus the proposed site, because some of the statements that are coming out neglect to look at the fact that there were 22 classrooms originally on that site, and that if you look at it with the programming at the time, that wouldn't be 350 students, that would actually be closer to 500 students. And then looking at next steps, again, we have the litigation brought to by Save the Fields. There is a court conference on this Friday, August 28th, 2020. We will have a little bit more information related to timelines based on that court conference, and we will bring that back to the board as we get more information. With our coastal development permits, there is a potential timeline, and I'm sharing this potential timeline based on these hearing officer dates. Again, the city has had some changes in what they've asked of us right now, and we will be having our legal counsel talk with the city attorney, and they've agreed to that, so they can have some conversation tomorrow and discuss some of the issues we see with the conditional use permit or site development permit based on the board's resolution that was passed last month. But should that stand up as a process 3 hearing that goes to a hearing officer and that change stands, that potential timeline would look at us finishing our cycle review, and then with a 30-day window to get to that hearing officer, it would likely be in October, which would be October 7th or October 21st, because they hold those hearings on the first and third Wednesdays of the month. And so that's where we're at with potential next steps. I wanted to update the board as to the changes we've seen just over the last few days, to be totally honest, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I guess I have a question before we get into anything related to Del Mar Heights. Just a quick question about what teacher sentiment was for the tents. They look really cool. I haven't seen them yet, and that was nice to see. So you mentioned that you had gotten some feedback, and I was just curious what it was.
So the feedback from our school sites was really related to how close some of the tents were, and in some cases they did very literally to only 6 feet between the tents, and in some cases we have constraints as to the layout of the field, and we have to work with the city because it's joint use in some cases, but where we could, expanding a little bit, and in some cases the way to expand that was to take 2 tents and make it into groups of 3 with more space between those groups of 3. So we really worked with the site to look at how could we make it most usable and provide some space between, so that we could ensure that they would get used and they'd be used regularly by our teaching staff and our students.
And how many tents are at each site?
Approximately 50 per site. We have, I think it was 360 or 380 tents that we put up across the 7 school sites.
So I haven't seen the tents in action, like I think maybe Doug has and Holly has. How many people can fit in a tent safely?
So they are not a full classroom size, but they do have the space, and we tried to set them up so you could have some under the tent. You could actually expand a little bit beyond the tent. And so you would be able to get a class of students in that general area staying within their cohort. And then we'll have some flexibility in how they spread out and how they use that space. And so we've seen them in action as we did the tour with Doug, and then we are excited to see them in action. And if we need to make adjustments or do things, as we've said, we will make those to support the teachers. We are putting up Wi-Fi on the buildings that are next to it so that we can provide access. And we are even reviewing the access outside of classrooms. We've had teachers have students outside of their classrooms often in the past, and we are looking at that and reviewing that so that as students coming back on site, whether we need to add an access point or you can expand range to access points so that it goes into the outside areas. And so all of that are items that our technology department is working on right now as well.
Thanks. And maybe maybe Doug could answer. What do students like best when they're outside? Do they like to be sitting on a certain thing or standing, or what was the preference throughout the camps?
It's my understanding that there were tables and chairs placed, and benches even placed under the tents, and this is summer camp, right? So it's different than a school setting. But it's my understanding that the counselors in that context and the teachers, I guess, in this one would make the best use of the tents that they possibly could, understanding the social distancing requirements. And as I saw the tents that were in place on our sites, they're pretty much connected. Whereas at the camp, it was set up in groups of 2 and 3 with little separations between them. So I imagine the teachers will understand the separation requirement.
And ours are typically in 2s and 3s as well, with separation of 8 to 10 or more feet between them to be able to separate the cohorts that might be in those different tents.
Do we have any more info about how teachers are going to be using it? Like, are there going to be tables in there? I saw Holly and Chris were kind of nodding when Doug said that. So I was kind of wondering, like, do you have any more of the what it looks like, how it's going to, tables, desks, or what might it look like?
So the sites are, this is the exciting part now when it gets down to the site level, because then they start having conversations and do planning that works for them. So they've even started talking about, sharing of the tents and scheduling and all of that so that they can utilize that space as well as possible. And this is an example of our community reaching out. Our DMSEF president, Phoebe Katzal, reached out to us and now has reached out to the principals because the foundation has a wonderful idea. They've gotten a donation from a business in the area, actually one in Paseo, and has a great idea about certain kinds of chairs that might work well in the tents. And so it's just wonderful to see the ideas that start to come out as to how to use these outdoor learning spaces. So yes, there'll probably be tables, lap desks, kinds of things, chairs that sit on the ground, kind of stadium types of chairs. And that's all being done and talked about at the site level. So I think there'll be some type of uniqueness at each school too that works for them. And of course, supported by the district.
Sounds cool. Sounds like you guys can put like fire pits out there, and then we're gonna be all like hanging out, like roasting marshmallows and stuff out there. So yeah, great.
It'll be interesting. I agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see how it rolls out, because learning outside for such a large part of the day is very different.
Well, we're lucky we're in San Diego, right?
We're very lucky, yes, and we're smart to use the outdoors. That's for sure.
Okay, and with regard to Del Mar Heights, Chris, just to clarify, it sounds like things were going smoothly with the Coastal Commission until the lawsuit was brought up to them, and it sounds like people involved with the lawsuit are lobbying the Coastal Commission to delay the project. Can you comment on any of that?
I can't really comment to the lobbying the coastal, but I can say that I do know, and it's been shared with me, communication from Save the Field and Procopio to the Torrey Pines Planning Board to the city staff, and so I know that there is communication, and with that comes, it seems like a little bit of pressure on that staff into seeing that there is a lawsuit that's coming against the district, and so it is clear in the communication that we're having that that consultation with the city attorney was as a result of the lawsuit that was brought against the district, and it was clear that that consultation with the city attorney led to staff adding review items to it and adding potential permitting requirements that we believe should not be required of the district, because as a school district under government code, when the governing board passes a resolution that deems those inapplicable for a school site that will be used for classrooms, those should not be applicable permits for the district. Coastal, we are working towards, and yes, up until that meeting, based on the conversations we had and the regular communication, we felt that we were answering the questions and putting things in place that we're leading towards some final resolution. And again, we then with those other reviews, we'll have to wait and we'll find out more about them in the next week and a half. And then we will be obviously continuing to work to respond to it and comply so that we can get this necessary coastal development permit but also looking at the things that we believe we should not have to comply with, because under government code, again, we should be able to render that piece inapplicable.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jiwa.
I just want to say I'm just really just disappointed in this whole process. Not, you know, with the hurdles that people keep trying to throw up here. This is about kids. It's about kids and building a school for kids. It's not about wildfire hazards. You know, if it was about that, you know, you wouldn't want to have the old school there. You know, and I think I wish they didn't lose focus of all these things. These kids need a new school. The school there it's rat infested at certain places, leaky roofs. You know, there's not even a lunch place to eat. You know, it's the special ed kids have to kind of go through the MUR to get to the bathroom. There's so many things that need to be replaced. And it's just really disappointing me that you know, we're fighting a lawsuit, we're fighting, you know, extra hurdles that the community's members are throwing out in these permit issues. You know, it's not about that. It should be about kids. It should be about building schools for kids and giving them the right environment to be learning. And I wish we could focus back on that, and I wish that was what was happening. And it's just really disappointing.
Thank you, Jiwa. Anyone else want to comment? And just clarifying, Doug, and you were part of a group that tried to have conversations to resolve this in a mediation, correct? And sounds like that hasn't made a difference.
No. You know, I can't really comment on what was stated at the mediation, but it didn't seem to me as though there was really any intent on resolving it at that mediation. And my opinion, you know, I don't know that they want this thing resolved anytime soon. I think that's their intention. So, and that's just my opinion. I can't speak for the board in that regard. So, you know, unless some people come to realize that the school will be built at some point in time, you know, and they're depriving students and the community of a beautiful design and the students of a beautiful place to learn, and depleting funds that would be used elsewhere in the district, it seems to me that a few selfish people are really not taking into consideration the needs of the other people in the community. And it's really sad. I agree with you, Jiwa.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Catherine.
Do we have a best estimate, you know, best case scenario when the school could be completed given what's going on right now?
If we were to go to the coastal permit and get the coastal permit through the hearing officer in October, say on the 7th to the 21st, we could commence demolition. The litigation likely would not be resolved at that point in time. We will know more after we have the hearing on Friday, but just having talked through with our legal counsel, the timing that it takes to go through the back and forth to get to a hearing date, a best case scenario for that seems like it would be after we would get the coastal permitting. And so should we be able to, you know, commence a demo in October, we would certainly be getting into later in 2021 with a completion that's getting into the very end of that year, rather than the earlier fall that we were hoping we could still kind of aim for and start at. But it definitely is getting us into a timeline with, you know, that best case. I mean, the best case would be that the city attorney agrees that we don't need to move forward with the conditional use permit. And so we have to work on that too. But there are a number of complexities, and, you know, I apologize I didn't put the mediation in because that was a component of our litigation Save the Fields work this month. But it was the meeting on Friday had a lot of changes, and so it definitely led to that being the focus of my presentation with the board, because those adjustments do present potential timeline changes of, we're looking at 4, 5, 6 weeks at least difference on what we were thinking when we presented to you last week to start demolition. And we will know more in the coming weeks as to the timeline with the litigation and where that goes.
Well, Chris, just Friday's hearing is a case management conference, and at that hearing on Friday, that's when a judge will set this matter for its hearing, its trial, so to speak.
Right.
And so he may set that somewhere down the road, or she may, the judges, oh yeah, I know this Judge Wolfel, he may set this matter well into next year. And so if it goes well into next year and there's a hearing, that judge may order that an environmental impact report be prepared. That's the ultimate resolution of this lawsuit, which means, according to what I've heard, an environmental impact report can take an additional 4 months beyond that. Then once that environmental impact report is prepared, there can be further delays, as I understand it. So, if we're trying to get a best case scenario, people would realize that they're hurting the community and drop the lawsuit. That would be the best case scenario. If we go the course that we're going, then these people who are concerned about fire and whatnot will have a tinderbox in front of them until the school is torn down and rebuilt, possibly for another year. I can't even tell you how long it would be, but it would depend on the people that are putting up the roadblocks. It's a shame.
And the other thing I wanted to mention that Doug kind of touched on earlier too was that this whole thing is we're draining money. Money's being burned on this, and it's money that can go to other schools in our district as well. And so I don't know, specifically what's going to happen, but if this potentially other projects might get put on hold, and that's really disappointing. That's disappointing because it's like, whether it's like bond money that went into this, whether it's just the money coming out of the general fund, it's money that is supposed to be dedicated towards kids. It's supposed to be public money that we're using on children's education. And instead of that, what we're doing is we're spending it on litigation costs, and our lawyers are just. I don't want to speak for us lawyers here, Doug, but I mean, we're the ones that are getting money out of this. It should be a focus again on the children, and the public money should be used on public education and the public children. It shouldn't go anywhere else. And I'm concerned that we're going to be reaching a point where we're going to start looking, and Chris is going to start talking to us about like what project we might have to cut down in the future, like what schools we might not be able to do things on because of potential money being used on this. So I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, and I think that the timelines that Doug talks to, as you said, we will know more on Friday, and we will definitely update the board, because I think that helps the board to understand how long might it take to get to some resolution based on this litigation. And as we discussed, we have shared the previous meetings generally what an EIR might look like, and so we will continue to update you and share what those options look like. And we have a lot of complexity and a lot of unknowns right now, and so that as we read through those, Jiwa, if there are changes or tweaks that we need to make, I will certainly bring them to the board as well.
Thank you, Chris, and thanks for pushing through on this.
Absolutely.
I know it's a big project in addition to a lot of other projects that you're doing concurrently. So we are always in admiration of you and all the things that you're trying to do for the district and the kids. So thank you.
Thank you.
So let's move on to item 10.1, which is the board review and approval of the 2019-20 unaudited actuals for all district funds with Kathy Birks. Yeah.
Good evening. I'd like to present to you the 2019-20 unaudited actuals for your review and approval. wait for Chris to bring the presentation up. Thank you, Chris. So in this presentation, we'll be looking at the general fund summary, revenues and expenditures, components of the ending fund balance, historical data, also with the revenue and expenditures and property tax revenue, and looking forward towards 2021 first interim, and a summary of other funds. And just to remind the board, this is the year ending for 1920, so everything gets adjusted to actual. And so typically at this time, we see a little bit higher reserve balance because of the carryover. Next slide, please, Chris, and then the following slide, please. So when we look at the general fund summary, as we can see on this pie chart, that most of our revenues are coming from LCFF sources, which is our property tax revenue. It is our minimum state aid and also our EPA funds. Next slide, please, Chris. Our expenditure summary breaks out the percentages of the cost of our expenditures, with our net salary and benefits approximately 86.4% of the total expenditures. And we'll go to the next slide. And so our total revenues are at 64,953,686, and our total expenditures are 63,685,036, with a net increase in the fund balance of 1,268,650. With the enrollment that we have of 4,162, the revenue per student is at almost 15,000, and expenditure per student is about 14,000. So the changes that we have in our estimated actuals is that we're recognizing the final property tax revenue. We have adjustments to our E-rate program and on our STRS on behalf. And what happens is the entry is in the revenue and then offset in expenditures. Our variance from their in our expenditures is the, as I've said, was the adjustments for final salary and benefits, and also it includes our STRS on behalf book entry that we have to put in, and also which is offset in the revenue. Again, the adjustments to the E-rate program is treated the same way, and our school site and department, and also our restricted maintenance, as we adjust those to actual, those are amounts that are left over, are carried over into 2021. So some additional general fund highlights is that we made a contribution of $600,000 to the OPEB trust. We also transferred $400,000 to Fund 17, the Special Reserve Fund for our School Number 9 operating costs. We have transferred $257,000 to Fund 14, and just as a reminder, we had passed that we would transfer into deferred maintenance from the general fund 0.5% of the property tax revenue, therefore, building that balance up. In 1920, we implemented the 6th grade Spanish language program. We also purchased Wonders curriculum for special education, and we recognized in 1920 the 2021 Chromebook refresh. So as we look at our components of ending fund balance, it consists of $25,000 for revolving cash. We had some prepaid expenditures of almost $31,000. We have restricted monies of about $452,000. Our school site and department carryover is $312,000. We are reserving about $750,000 for our science curriculum. And here's the 2021 anticipated program needs. This is the additional $956,000 that had discussed. So this is unrestricted monies, and we have set it aside in anticipation of the additional expenditures that we were going to have in regards to COVID-19. We are meeting our minimum reserve policy balance of 15%. And also we have the 3% minimum reserve balance. So with a total unrestricted reserve of 14.7 million, which is about 23.1%. As we look at our historical data, this just shows under revenues, the changes that have happened through the years. And we can see that our revenues have been increasing. And in addition to that is our enrollment, which has been slightly decreasing. So the revenue per student is noted on here. And as we go into the expenditures, it's the same type of chart in regards to expenditures are also increasing, and how that relates to per student expenditure. Our property tax revenue, looking at 15-16 to 19-20, we see those percentages increasing, knowing that the development in Pacific Highlands Ranch has contributed to that, and we're seeing that percentage increase to slow or beginning to minimize a little more as we go on, as that area begins to be built out. But as we look at this, under the LCFF funding formula, we would be receiving 35 million. And so as a basic age district, we're receiving 16 million above that. And as we look forward toward our first interim, we will recognize those carryover balances that are sitting in reserves. So that would come up above the line into the expenditures. We will be updating for our staffing and salary as we do the analysis, what we budgeted for, back in May and June, and exactly what is happening now. Looking at terminations, resignations, retirements, and just, changes and addition of staff. We're also going to be updating the federal revenues and any related expenditures to COVID-19. And as we look at our reserve, what are those needs? It's the response to COVID-19, our economic uncertainties. We continue to reserve for the science curriculum, and then just for any unanticipated expenditures or repairs for emergencies. So next is a summary of other funds, and Mark Pong, our Director of Finance, will be presenting on this section in regards to other district funds.
Good evening, Governing Board and Superintendent Dr. McClurg and members of the public. Kathy had just gone over the general fund, so I will go over some of our other district funds. The first fund that we have is our cafeteria fund, Fund 13. Now with this fund, due to the school closures, we were not able to realize the revenue that we were expecting. And so we can see that we had a decrease in the fund balance of about 69,000. With this fund, we had a zero beginning fund balance, so the general fund did have to make a contribution to the cafeteria fund. Fund 14 is our deferred maintenance fund, and this is the one fund where we contribute 0.5% of our property taxes, and that's what we see in the revenue. We can see here that we had an increase to the fund balance of 274,000, leaving us with an ending fund balance of about 1.1 million. And this is for deferred maintenance throughout the district, future deferred maintenance. Next, we have our Fund 17, which is our special reserve that we're reserving for the future operating costs of Pacific Highlands Ranch School Number 9. We made a contribution of about 400,000 to this fund, leaving us with an ending fund balance of about 808,000. We issued our first series of bonds, which is under Fund 21. So our 2019 Series A, we had a revenue of about 56.1 million, expenditures of about 5 million, leaving us with an increase to the fund balance of 51.1 million. And for Measure Measure MM for our first series of bonds, our closing date was October 16th. We issued, our principal issue amount was 55.3 million. We actually received, after cost of issuance, 55.1 million. Thanks to the district team and our consultants, we were able to secure a AAA rating, which meant that we would receive the best interest rates at the time. Our maturity date is August 1st, 2044. With the GO bond, we have a requirement for a Citizens Oversight Committee. So we had 5 meetings this fiscal year, and the Citizens Oversight Committee helps us to, they provide oversight for the bond expenditures, and they also receive progress updates. So the Measure MM funds can be used for our district-wide facility projects and related costs as authorized under Measure MM. So some of the projects that we are funding with the Measure MM funds currently, we completed one project, the Sage Canyon MUR audiovisual project, which costs about $29,000. And then we have 4 work in progresses. We have the Del Mar Heights School rebuild and the Pacific Highlands Ranch School number 9. With those 2 projects, we mainly had architect fees, DSA Division of State Architecture fees, some pre-construction, and our environmental study costs. And then we also had the start of the Torrey Hills field upgrade and some architect fees for the Del Mar Hills Academy field upgrade. Fund 25 is our capital facilities fund. This is where we collect developer fees on additions to homes or new builds. We received about 152,000 in revenue and had about 5,000 in expenditures, resulting in an increase to the fund balance of about 147,000. And that resulted in an ending fund balance of about 769,000. These funds are being reserved for the Carmel Del Mar modernization. Next, we have Fund 40, which is our special reserve for capital outlay. We had some interest income in this fund and about 115,000. Our expenditures were about 426,000, and we had resulting in a decrease in the fund balance of about 311,000. Some of the expenditures in this fund were we purchased furniture across the district for our modern learning studios. We remodeled the Sage Canyon conference room, and then we also had a project at Ashley Falls School where we redid the staff lounge and also the student lunch tables and umbrellas. Next, we have Fund 4901, which is our CFD 95-1, which covers the areas of Ocean Air and Torrey Hills. So this is one of our Mello-Roos districts. We had revenue of about 1.8 million, expenditures of about 1.2, resulting in an increase to the fund balance of about 645,000. We have an ending fund balance of about 5.2 million. This year, we funded Ocean Air school lunch tables and umbrellas out of this fund. In our Fund 4902, which is our CFD 99-1, which covers the areas of Sycamore Ridge and our future school number 9, we had revenues, we had an increase to the fund balance of about 31 million. We did issue some bonds out of this, which we'll review on the next slide, but we have an ending fund balance of about 41.3 million. So for our 2019 series under the CFD 99-1, we closed these on December 3rd. We issued, our principal issue was 39 million. We issued at a premium, so we received a little more than that in our building fund, about 39.6 million. And our maturity date on this bond is September 1st, 2049. These funds can be used for land acquisition and construction for Pacific Highlands Ranch School number 9. And we did purchase the land this year for about just under 11 million. We have our enterprise fund, Fund 63. This was one of the funds that has been heavily impacted by COVID-19, as we can see a decrease to the fund balance of about $1 million. So this is a tuition-based program, so we did lose, we did not realize the revenue that we were expecting, but we continued to pay salaries. We did bring at previous board meetings some restructuring, so we'll continue to monitor this fund and the enrollment as we continue to reopen, what the enrollment looks and staffing will look like. So we have a ending fund balance of just under 600,000. And finally, we have our Fund 73, which is a trust fund. And this is in recognition of Aaron Ellerman. It's for Del Mar Heights School Library. We had some interest income here. We can use the interest income to help buy library books for the library. So we have an ending fund balance of about 34,000 here. So with that, those are the other funds. Are there any questions?
Can you just clarify that the 2.2 million that you referred to earlier, Kathy, is whether any part of that is reflected in this budget from last year?
The 2.2 million in regards to the increase in personnel, the staffing?
Well, the net increase in relation to all the various COVID items that you showed, I believe I wrote down 2.2 was the net after we had the about $2 million of supplemental funding.
Yes, so no, the only revenue that has been recognized in 1920 was the SB 117, and the other funding, which is for the CARES Act, will be recognized at first interim. That revenue had not been budgeted because we didn't know the amount at the time when we adopted the 2021 budget. So that will be recognized at the first interim.
Okay, and are any of those COVID-related expenses that you mentioned earlier reflected in this budget, or will we see most of them at first interim?
You'll see a majority of them going in at first interim, but there are expenditures in 1920 that have been already recognized. And when the presentation that I had earlier was only looking at the revenues and expenditures that have not been budgeted in 1920 or 2021.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will be voting on this item. So are there any other questions?
Hi, Kathy. I have a few questions. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering where the $956,000 that we budgeted for COVID beginning in April, where did we pull that from?
So when we had school closure in 1920, there were expenses that did not incur. So for example, transportation. Students were not traveling to school, and therefore we didn't have any transportation costs. Or it could be maybe a reduction in purchasing, maybe some materials and supplies, probably also in utilities. So there was expenses that were budgeted for that we did not have to incur because of school closure. And therefore, we had some extra revenue at the end of for 1920.
Okay, and then Mark, I guess this is for you, or Kathy, I don't know, maybe you could answer this too. What is our interest rate for the MM bond, and is it fixed?
I don't have that. I've forgotten actually what it is. Do you remember, Mark, what the interest rate is? I'm happy to bring that back to the board.
No, I made a note here. So the yield on the bond is about 2.3%.
Is that a fixed rate?
No, it varies depending on the maturity, but overall it's about 2.3, and then the debt to repayment ratio is about 1.4.
Okay. And then my last question is about how many staff are we funding through the enterprise fund? Do we have a set number?
I don't have that number. What we're funding for how many after school program workers that we have, and ECDC. It's probably based upon an FTE because actually a lot of them are on timesheets. So individuals, I'm sorry, Catherine, I don't have that.
And Catherine, we could also pick it up in 11.1 because Jason will be with us on the staffing and expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I am looking for a motion to approve the 2019-20 unaudited actuals for all district funds.
I'll move to approve the unaudited actuals.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's a roll call vote. Member Mock?
Aye.
Member Fitzpatrick?
Aye.
Member Raffner?
Aye.
Member Wooden?
Aye.
And aye for me. The motion to approve the 2019-20 unaudited actuals for all district funds is passed. Item 10.2, board approval disclosure of collective bargaining agreement memorandum of understanding for fiscal year 2021 with Kathy Birks.
Yes, thank you. So the Del Mar Union School District and the Del Mar California Teachers Association entered into this MOU, which is for 1 year, in response to the reopening of schools for the 2021 school year, and to meet the needs and the changes due to the practices of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. On this disclosure of collective bargaining agreement, which is for the MOU, the way that this is written, or the information that is pulled, is that we're looking at the adopted budget and looking at to what salaries have been budgeted for, and then the anticipated changes based upon the MOU. So what's reflected in here is, at the time, we were anticipating an additional 19 teachers. In my previous presentation, it's actually now at 20, but and so it reflects the statutory benefits and the changes. I have to point out, in year 3, a number came through, which is wrong, because year 2 and year 3, there should be nothing, any numbers in there, because this is just a 1-year agreement. So when you go through the document, you can see what the changes of the MOU are, and the superintendent and the assistant superintendent has to confirm what the impact to the budget will be, and if we are able to cover it and basically meet the needs of the minimum reserve amount, and we can. And on page 505, it shows exactly what the change would be to the reserve, which would be a decrease of 2.5 million. But please keep in mind, this does not reflect any of the increases that we're receiving from COVID-19 on the additional revenue, nor does it reflect any of those expenditures. This is just reflective of what the MOU changes would be, and which is reflected on here. So just asking for approval on this disclosure.
Okay, there are questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve the disclosure of the collective bargaining agreement for the memorandum of understanding for fiscal year 2021?
I'll move to approve the disclosure of the MOU.
Okay, and is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Doug, I think Doug is seconding. It's a roll call vote. Member Mock?
Aye.
Member Fitzpatrick?
Aye.
Member Raffner? Member Wooden?
Aye.
An aye for me. The motion to approve the disclosure and collective bargaining agreement for the Memorandum of Understanding for fiscal year 2021 has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are at 11.1, Board Information, Staffing, and Enrollment Update. We will have one speaker on this item, and I will turn it over to Jason Romero.
Good evening, President Halpern, governing board members, and our superintendent, Dr. McClurg. It's my pleasure this evening to present our enrollment and staffing update. This is reflective of numbers that are accurate as of yesterday. So if you want to advance to the next slide, Chris, we can go ahead and get going. So as of yesterday, our enrollment for our district was 3,877 students. And this is just a profile of our number of teachers that we've had over the last 5 years. These numbers are updated even from the presentation that we did last month, where we see that there's 199 teachers, K-6, which include 53 distance learning, and that includes 246 in-person students, 2,461 in-person students, 1,305 distance learning students, and 111 students that are in our special education program. Next slide. So in our district-wide in-person instruction, this is a breakdown of class data by grade level. So you can see we have the 7 grade levels listed on the left, the number of sections that we have in our first column of data, the total number of students, and then the average class size. We'll go school by school to break it down so we can have the actuals for each of our school sites and each of our grade levels at our school site. But as you can see, if you look at kindergarten, the total number of sections would be 21.5, which means that there's a K1 combo out there. But if you take the 21.5 sections and divide it by 307 students, you get an average class size of 14.3, and so on and so forth throughout the grade levels. It creates an district-wide average class size of our K through 3 of 16.1, and 4th through 6th grade at 17.9. We do have 6 combo classes as part of our school year this year. Part of our MOU, when we get at our next item, said that we had worked with the union to ensure that we had no more than 8 combo classes, and we were able to get it down to 6 this year. So yeah, moving on to the next slide. So with our district-wide launch program, our distance learning program, these are the class sizes by grade level again. So at our grade levels, we have 7 grade levels again, the number of sections that we have at each grade level, the number of students at each grade level, and then the average class size. So kindergarten, you can see we have 6 sections, 139 students with an average class size of 23.2. And you can go on and see all the way through 6th grade, where we have 7 sections, 191 students, and an average class size at 27.3. For an overall district-wide average of 22.7 for our K through 3 3rd grade, and 4th through 6 of 27.1. And there was a priority to ensure that there were no combo classes, and we were able to maintain no combo classes in the launch program. So we're gonna go school site by school site, and I'll go through this at a speed that everyone can digest all the data. But at Ashley Falls, this is the class data by grade level. So as you can see, once again, on the left-hand side, the 7 grade levels, the number of sections. So in Ashley Falls, the kindergarten, there are 3 EO kindergarten classrooms and 1 Spanish immersion. So there's 4 sections. This grade level does include the Spanish immersion. So a total of 57 students in those 4 sections with an average class size of 14. And the far right column is the total number of students from Ashley Falls that have selected distance learning at that grade level. So it doesn't mean that that's the class size. It means that 18 students at kindergarten from Ashley Falls selected the distance learning program. So first grade, 3 sections, 49 students, and a class average of 16. And you can see it continues all the way through. And where you see in 4th and 5th grade, where you have that 0.5 and 0.5, that's for the combo class that's there. It's indicated on the bottom right, combo class being 1 combo at 4th, 5. So overall class size at kindergarten through 3rd grade of 15.9 per teacher per class, and then 4th through 6th of 18.3. Carmel Del Mar, same thing, 7 grade levels, number of sections that we have here. We have 1 combo class at the 4th and 5th grade level. And the data on the right is the distance learning. So very similar to what we're gonna see for each of our school sites, with an average class size at K through 3rd of 15.5 students, and 4th through 6th grade at 19 students. Del Mar Heights, same thing, 7 grade levels, number of sections that we have at that school, number of students, average class size, and then the number of students in distance learning. No combo classes at Del Mar Heights. Kindergarten through 3rd grade, average class size of 17.3. 4th through 6th grade, average class size of 16.9. And one of the things that, when you look at that, we talked about how classes don't come in nice packets, right? So take, for example, if you look at a class like at 6th grade, there's only 34 students there. So we can't, make that larger than 17. So it seems like a very small number. But if you look at the same thing at 4th grade, we could have had the opportunity in, like if this was non-COVID times, to make 2 classes of 23, but we were prioritizing lower class sizes. So we went ahead and placed the additional teacher at that 4th grade level, which brought the class sizes down to 15 instead of being 23. But by our contract and by our allowances, we would have been able to do that, but we just prioritized making sure that we had cohorts that were manageable and met those social distancing and guidelines. Del Mar Hills, kindergarten. So there's 3 kindergarten classes and no kindergarten didn't explode at Del Mar Hills. There's 2 Spanish immersion classes that are there this year. So those classes are taking up a majority of those 41 students are coming from those 2 immersion classes, but still with 3 kindergarten classes, the average class size being 14. And then as you go down the grade levels, you can see, yeah, thank you. So at kindergarten through 3rd grade, 15.4 average class size, and 4th through 6th grade, 16.7. And it was the same thing. So like if you look at 4th grade, again, if this was, regular years, if this was last year, that would have been 1 cohort of 28 students because our contract can go up to 28. But we prioritized lower class sizes, so it really became 2 classes at 4th grade of 14 each. No combo classes at the Hills. Ocean Air. So Ocean Air had a good number of families that selected to do distance learning. So we had to go down some sections there, and it created combo classes that we actually really worked to minimize because there could have been even more combination classes. But we have a K1 and a 2-3 combo. But as you can see, the 7 grade levels are on the left, and number of sections and number of students and average class size. And so at Ocean Air, it's K through 3rd, a average class size of 15.9, and 4th through 6th of 19.6, 2 combo classes. Sage Canyon, 7 sections, of course, as always. No combo classes here, so the data is pretty straightforward. Kindergarten through 3rd grade, average cohort size of 16.4, 4th through 6th grade, average class size of 17.8, and once again, no combos. Sycamore Ridge, we have 1 4-5 combo, and an average class size K through third of 16.2, and 4th through 6th grade of 18.7. And finally, Torrey Hills. So at Torrey Hills, we do have one combination class, a 1-2 combo, average class size of 16.3 K through 3rd, and 4th through 6th of 16.3 also. So part of what we want to prioritize is making sure that this coming year that we don't have the classes that are constantly changing as far as cohorts. We want to make sure that we maintain our cohorts and our small class sizes at both programs. So we do have an administrative regulation that we created for this school year, and it really puts a cap on both programs. So as you can see, our class size for in-person for the duration of this school year will be capped at 18 in kindergarten through 3rd grade and 21 for 4th through 6th grade. If classes go over the cap, the district will pay the teacher $10 for a maximum of 2 students per class over the cap. If the class starts at or above the aforementioned levels, the class is considered capped for the year. So if, for example, we started a class at 19 in one of our lower grades, we're not going to continue adding students to that cohort. It's capped for the year. And then if a family enrolls mid-year, we're going to have to place them where there's space available. Similarly, in the distance learning program, we're having cohorts that are capped. So our cap at that grade level will be 22 and 28. And the only way we're going over those capped numbers will be to ensure that families can stick together. So for example, a class goes to 23, even though the cap's 22, it's only to keep, a family that would be part of a distance learning program at a different school at their home school. And that, remember, the launch will have no combo classes. Okay. All righty, thank you. One of the questions that Catherine, that you brought up was related to the number of employees that we have in our enterprise fund. And so we currently have 89 employees that are part of that fund. Any questions?
If there are no questions, we have a speaker on this item, Ruby Evans, who we can bring into the call. Ruby, you're in the call. Yep, there you go.
Yes, it just went. Oh, that's so funny. I have a background from a play that I hosted.
Oh.
Okay, so I didn't realize that because my video's off. Okay, my time is going. I had prepared statements. I'm a parent in the district for over 9 years now, and this is the first time I felt like I needed to come to the board and ask for help. My daughter is enrolled in 5th grade launch in a class of 29 students. And I just want to say her teacher is incredible, and I just want to make sure that my comments are only construed with respect to the kind of macro class size issues that I want to talk about, and in no way a criticism of her, because I'm very grateful for her talent as a teacher. So as I said, with the large class sizes in launch, I'm just going to try to address as many of the questions that I heard during this meeting, because I had been emailing the board. I'm hoping that you've seen those emails. First is, I do not understand why we need to go over the 22-28 contractual limit in launch to keep families together, because I understand the idea of keeping students from their home schools together, but the CDM 5th graders are spread over 4 different launch classes. And I don't want to get really into this because my time is so limited. I understand that it's a monumental task to assign classes, so I don't want to question that. I just want to point out that yes, the classes that Mr. Romero just presented are above district averages for the last 4 years. So in K through 3, what he just went over is 1.7 students higher than the running average over the last 4 years. And in 4 through 6, it's 1.5 students higher. And you may say, that's not a big deal. But I say that is a big deal because if you look at the last 4 years, you don't see a variation more than one student. We've been very consistent. And I think in light of the low class sizes that the district has been able to achieve for in-person, then those differences of just about 2 students, that is even more important to try to keep those averages consistent with what the district has maintained, what you plan to do in the first place, and what you represented to parents would be the case. And I just want to use my last 30 seconds to say that I was on the board of the foundation of DMSEF for over 2 years. And I'm at a total loss as how this could be an equitable allocation of STEAM Plus teachers, not based on enrollment, which is what I've always understood, is that it was based on enrollment of the schools, and then the principal decided how to spend that allocation. So I'm at a total loss and disappointed in that allocation of STEAM Plus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. So now the board has the opportunity to ask questions or make any comments. Okay. Perhaps I could ask that maybe for the next meeting in September, you know, with more than 3 days into the launch program, that, you know, you could just come back to us with what you think might be needed to support that program. It's obviously, it's early, it's brand new, so there have been different ideas that have been brought up. Many have been implemented. The idea of having the library texts involved in, I believe, reading and literacy components, and you know, recognizing that the design of a distance learning program is not the same as the design of an in-person program. So some things may be able to take advantage of things that you couldn't otherwise take advantage of, and there may be drawbacks. So perhaps with the benefit of a month in, you know, come back to the board, and if there are things that you need to make this program successful, you know, I for one would like to hear that. We're clearly going into our reserves to make all of this happen, and that's why we have the reserves, is to pay for teachers and provide our educational program in the situation of a crisis, which is what we have. So I, for one, want to make sure that we are putting all the appropriate resources in there, you know, to make sure that the program is successful.
I agree with Eric. I said this throughout the night already, but I mean, like, I think that whatever resources, if it's not like a significant amount, like if we're not talking like, you know, hiring like 40 other teachers or something to make a difference, and you know, it'd be great to see how it's working out with launch, and come back in a month, like Erica was saying. I'd love to be able to see kind of how the program is going, how teachers, what they needs are, if there are ways to kind of survey teachers, if there are ways to talk to them about it, and can get more information about like what exactly that they're things that they may need more support on. You know, I'd love to be able to hear those things, and then if it's possible that we can contribute resources to that, I'd be more than willing to entertain those ideas. So thank you.
So what would it look like right now if we lowered the number of students in launch and set a lower cap for the reserves? Have we, you know, looked at that scenario?
So we did look at many scenarios as far as, you know, keeping class sizes, you know, where we were. The target has always been for the launch program to be consistent with what we had last year in our regular classrooms. And as Ruby shared, you know, we are over 1.2 or 1.4, you know, students at each of those cohorts. So the simple way to get cohorts down is just to add teachers, right? It's a pretty pretty easy way. How do we bring class sizes down? We hire more teachers. But really, there were multiple priorities when creating these class sizes. So some of them, one of the things that we talked about is keeping cohorts of students together, because, this is something that's unprecedented. And these times are very challenging, no matter if you choose in-person learning or the launch program. And one of the things that was a priority that we heard through multiple parent engagement meetings, through multiple outreach to our stakeholders, including our teachers, was prioritizing school identity and keeping students that were friends for years together. So in doing that, that's what we did to bring students down. If we wanted to bring down those ratios down to like even just what they were last year, yeah, we could hire 7 teachers and put 1 per grade level. But now you're talking about pulling a few students from each of those cohorts and creating a 7th or 8th class at a grade level that is just really not going to be conducive to what's best for students and for kids, for families and for our students. I mean, I think what we have right now is really an opportunity to look at how we can support those classrooms. But if we're talking about hiring teachers to just bring down the ratios, it becomes challenging, and it's not just a numbers game. It's really about, we hire and staff accordingly, but we also ensure that we're placing students where they're going to be successful.
So right now it sounds like rather than trying to make classes smaller, we maybe want to look into adding more support to the classes that are already established.
And I think one of the things that we can come back with, I heard there was an opportunity to come back, in September and talk about the launch program after 30 days and instead of after 3. But some of the things that we haven't really dove into is the few people that we mentioned today with our library media specialists that will be going in, those are some of the staff. But we're also training instructional aides that are going to be supporting those classrooms. And they're going to be able to go in and work with cohorts of students, small groups of students, and there will be more adult to student opportunities in those classrooms. But also there was a little talk earlier about substitutes, and we're hiring basically a full-time everyday sub for the launch program, but we're training 15 substitutes in all of our platforms specifically for launch students. So if there is a teacher that needs to be out, and for some reason, unforeseeable reason, it has to take a sick day or whatever, we're going to have highly trained substitutes that know all of our systems that can go in there and just pick up where the teacher left off. So there's a lot of things that were happening and that we're doing that I think will be great to come back in September and share with the community and the board.
Yeah, I would just agree with what Erica and Jiwa said. I mean, this is definitely the rainy day. And so if we need to dip into our reserves more to fund anything that we need throughout this time, I mean, I think we definitely need to keep that at the forefront of our minds, because I don't think you can get any wetter than this rainy day. So hopefully not. Yeah.
Thanks. And just Jason, just one more thing on the STEAM Plus. The speakers are saying something really different from what I heard in the presentation as far as how much STEAM Plus the kids are getting in launch. So can you just clarify whether the same amount of launch is being applied to both programs?
Yeah, and I'm not sure where the miscommunication is. I've been staffing STEAM Plus for 8 years, and we never staff on enrollment. It's always by section. So I have one-to-ones that I meet with the principals 2 times at the end of the year. And what we do is we take the number of classes that they have, and basically it works out to, I know this is kind of, I live in the world and the principals live in this world, but it's basically a 0.2. So for every 5 classes that are at a school site, they get almost equivalent to 1 STEAM specialist. So if you have 15 sections, you should have 3 STEAM specialists. So that's how we staff and that's how we run those programs. But with our launch program, I hear there were numbers of 6.5 being thrown out, and I'm not sure that's accurate. I don't want to, because I haven't prepared that information. I think I'm going to be able to come back next month and have real numbers to share with you guys. But basically, the allocation, the number of minutes of STEAM that they're going to get is on par with exactly what's happening in our in-person learning. So there's not going to be a discrepancy between the two programs. But we always staff based on sections, not on enrollment.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to section 11.2 because you're still on for this one, which is the board review of the memorandum of understanding between the Del Mar Teachers Association and the Del Mar Union School District, which we touched on in the budget section.
Yes, great, thank you, Erica. So we did attach this to the board agenda for today. So the complete MOU is available for our public and stakeholders that are with us this afternoon and who check in even later on. So the MOU was a process where the Del Mar, California Teachers Association, our labor group representing our certificated employees and occupational therapists, met with the district, and really we wanted to put in place some basically provisions for the upcoming school year that would allow this year to be as successful as we could. So we had multiple sessions with multiple participants from the district and from the teachers working in conjunction for the betterment of all of our stakeholders, for the best support that we can provide to our students and families, and the best supports we can provide for our teachers and staff. So we think we came up with a plan. We're confident we came up with a plan that will support safe school openings. And we talked a lot about equipment, a lot about PPE, a lot about maximizing our classroom space and minimizing exposure. And after multiple sessions and lots of conversation, our teachers were able to support the MOU with 92% voting for yes. So just a couple of the highlights that I want to talk about, and some of them we brought up in the budget, in the enrollment presentation, which is the K through third having that hard cap of 18, 4 through 6 having that hard cap of 21, distance learning contractual hard cap of 22, and hard cap of 28, with both of those programs a little bit of flexibility to go over, where the district is compensating the teacher for that that overage. And remember, that's only to keep class sizes together, only to keep, what happens routinely is, let's just say, for example, we have a class of 18 that would be capped at 3rd grade and a class of 17 or 16 at 2nd grade. And then a family moves in with a 2nd and 3rd grader. So to keep both, we have room at that 2nd grade, no problem. But to keep that family together, we need to go up one student, just so we don't say the brother has to go to Carmel Del Mar and the sister has to go to Ashley Falls. To keep those families together, we go up by one. And we think that's in the best interest of the students and our families. We did talk about our evaluations. This year, one of the things you'll see in the MOU is that we're having a moratorium of 1 year on our evaluations, which means that our formal evaluations, where our permanent staff gets evaluated every other year, we're postponing evaluations for this 1 year. But that doesn't mean that the teachers aren't being observed and being coached and having a goal. And for our probationary, temporary, and teachers that that are getting coaching from our principals, they're still going to have evaluations for this school year. We prioritize that the district will provide free childcare for staff grades TK through 6th grade, and that our launch assignments, our permanent teachers that are assigned to launch, we're giving them priority consideration for returning to their previous site and positions for the next school year. And planning time. So one of the things that as you can see through our numbers, we got very similar numbers when it came to planning time because of enrollment. So in our contract, we had language that said kindergarten through 3rd grade, they have 120 minutes of planning time, which means 120 minutes of STEAM. And then in the upper grades, we had 180 minutes of planning time or 180 minutes of STEAM. So what we came to an agreement on is that it's going to be 160 kindergarten through 6th grade. So, that way we can just keep it consistent. If you looked at those numbers, they're very similar. The kindergarten through 6th grade in person is very, very close in enrollment. So we're making that 160 planning minutes or STEAM minutes per week. So those are some of the highlights for the MOU. Happy to work alongside some great educators that were really making student-centered decisions. And this is a rarity. I talked a little bit about how we have one class out of the the 35 that we hired that's starting with a sub, and that isn't happening around the district. In multiple districts, including the district that my students go to, they're starting the school year off with over 100 substitutes. I was talking with a superintendent and an assistant superintendent in a neighboring school district, and in this school district, they've already started the school year with 56 substitute teachers. So we know this is a great place to work. We know that our families and our staff really make this an exceptional place to come teach. So we're lucky that we were able to hire some amazing staff, and we're looking forward to a great year.
Thank you, Jason, and thanks to all the teachers for working so productively to come up with a plan that 92% of the teachers supported, and that will get our kids back to school in all the many formats that they're going back in. So thanks to you and your team and all the teachers for all of your efforts over the past months to make this happen.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
No, I just want to say thank you to the district for offering that childcare for the teachers, because I know everybody's scrambling right now, so that's really nice. Thanks.
Okay, item 12.1 is a board review, reminder of upcoming DMUSD events, which is in the agenda. Item 12.2 is board review, reminder of upcoming DMSEF and PTA events, also in the agenda. Item 12.3 is preliminary items for the September 2020 regular board meeting. Are there any additional items to suggest? Item 12.4 is adjournment of the meeting, 6 hours in. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I just want to say quickly again, like I've already said this before, but if we can somehow, the long meetings, if we can come somehow, I'd rather do 2 meetings rather than 1 long meeting. I don't know if that's, if we can stick things on, separately, but that's just, yeah, I don't know. Long meetings are killing my back.
Yeah, I had to take some Advil to get through this one with my upper back pain, so I understand.
Yeah, I'm getting up there in age, so.
Yeah, I know, me too. Okay, we will look at options maybe before the next meeting and see if we can, maybe we could just split off closed session to a different time, something like that. Okay, so we'll look at that. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Go for it, Jiwa.
Now everybody wants a motion.
Well, I'll move to adjourn.
All right, so Jiwa's motioning, and Catherine, are you the second?
I'll second, yes.
Okay, roll call vote. Member Mock.
Aye.
Member Fitzpatrick.
Aye.
Member Raffner.
Aye.
Member Wooden.
Aye.
An aye for me. The meeting is adjourned at 10:02 p.m. Have a good night.